Okay. All right. Good morning, everybody. I think we are about to start. The link is live now. You can find it on the fan group. Let me just double check there. So if you can reshare it for some of our members who are not. Okay, I see Shuna already shared it. Okay, so thank you very much for that. So once again, okay, welcome everybody. I wouldn't say this is only a fan event. Oh, sorry for the guys in the room that don't really know me. Let me introduce myself. Okay, I'm Byron Joe. Having you here. Um, just to to highlight the reason as to why we are here today, as you can clearly see there, this is about setting working conditions and industry rates across the board, something that's recommended and endorsed by the industry itself. As you would know that across the board there are people making decisions for us, and we actually don't have a lot of say in that, but that's because we haven't been organized up to this point. So I'm pretty excited that we could come together and have this conversation. Also for the people online, please comment, let us know your thoughts. It's an inclusive process, and that's why I said in the beginning, this is not a fan event per se. It's supported by the NFC, and through FAN to arrange this industry engagement to get standardized rates for the industry. So we're very grateful for that, and we are happy to facilitate this process, if you please. As you can see, the agenda is up there. Arrival and registration, let me also just start off there. Initially, it was slated to start at 8 o'clock. Our humble apologies for that. The arrangements was done under a bit of a tight schedule, or there was a bit of a misunderstanding. We initially wouldn't have had it today and tomorrow. We thought we would postpone it, but then I think the urgency and a few other conditions just made it so that we actually thought that let's just go ahead with it. It's long overdue to start off with. So arrival and registration, I will soon call on Ms. Beekers as the chairperson of the NFC board to do some welcoming remarks. Hopefully by then, at point 3, Ms. Florence Ifeni would have joined us, and then we can have a clear discussion around the NFC call-outs, and in tandem with that, the NCCP, and she will help to clarify some of the processes around there as well. And after that, we will have comments. Just walking in, some of our experienced members did raise a concern that they would appreciate if we can get into this process and as far as possible into the process of setting the rates and stuff. Today still, we did foresee that this process will probably take at least 2 days. That's why we scheduled for tomorrow as well. But we'll see how far we can get today. There's a document that was shared by Commissioner James. We thank him for that, on the group. So this is the latest version, including the sound operators. And that will be a guide for us. None of these rates have been set yet. And the very reason why we are in this room is to set those rates. But it's not just about setting rates and choosing how much you're going to get paid. It's also about what do you deliver to the production, what is expected of you, what's the decorum. And I think at the end of it, there should also be some measures of accountability to everybody that wants to benefit from these standardized rates. Certainly, you would have to live up to them to start off with. So just maybe a short comment from the Vice Chair. Herself and the Secretary Law and Georgina, Georgina, our other board member, Angelo, they did a lot of work to make this thing happen today. And as I said, under a very short, they didn't have too much time to get it done. So we really appreciate the efforts. Maybe if you just want to add something, Shuna.
Yeah. We are speaking into a mic that's not working, hoping that it's going to go through. Are we picking it up? Okay. So we can just speak as normal? Or? Oh, is it? Okay.
Oh, okay. Lovely. Lovely.
Oh, nice. Love it. Thank you so much. Okay, so I think I've said already what needed to be said, but please just remember that this is an engaging process. I think one of our frustrations as a board is that it always seems like a one-way conversation, and sometimes we leave wondering what is in the minds of people. So even if something is unclear and there's nothing like a stupid question or something that's too small of a question. So please let's engage as much as possible, and let's ask as many questions as possible. We want to leave the room here knowing exactly what we've put into the document, and we also know that okay, this is what the call out was about. This is what the NCC actually is about now. So we're here to clarify, we're also here to understand, but we're also here to learn from each other, because just because we're at the board or the commissioners are here, we don't have all the answers. You guys are the industry, you guys are the players in the industry, and we need your knowledge and your input. So with that, I think we can now call on our chairperson and our NFC chairperson. Sorry, chair. There's a lot of chairs. Yeah. You can just sit here, right? Yeah.
All right. I hope we can all hear me clearly. I hope everyone online, good morning all. I'd just like to take a moment for us to acknowledge who is present with us in this room and online, so that as we engage in this discussion, we're just aware of who we're sitting next to. So first of all, I'd like to acknowledge the people that came before. Oh, just for clarity again, my name is Esther Beekers. I am the current chairperson of the Namibian Film Commission Board. So firstly, I'd like to acknowledge those that came before me. Before I was chairperson, there were other chair people on the NFC board. And I just a show of hands, if you have been a sitting member on the NFC board, please just raise your hand just so we can acknowledge who's in the building. We have Obed here. Thank you for the foundations that you've laid for us to even be here in this moment and to have these conversations. I'm sure online we have some of the other previous commissioners. Next, I'd also like to recognize previous FAN board members. If you are in the room and you were a previous FAN board member, just a show of hands, please. Okay, so these are our previous FAN board members. So now we know if when they're speaking from where they're coming from. Next in the room, I'd like to also just acknowledge industry veterans. Errol, welcome. We respect your work, and we see what you've done in the years that you've put into this industry, and we really have so much respect for you, and we just want to welcome you as well. And, yeah. So yeah, next I'm going to just take a look at, and please, if there's any other industry veterans in the room that I haven't acknowledged, please forgive me. It was a special acknowledgement, that one. Next, I just want us to acknowledge I'm going to call us the newbies, the people that have just started out, we're fresh out of uni, we're on our first, second, whether it's short films, feature films, whatever. I just want a show of hands of who you guys, who recognize or identifies themselves as like new in this industry, new in the room, up and coming, just a show of hands. Thank you again. I welcome you. You have a place in this room. You have a voice. Your voice matters. Next, I just want to see a show of hands. Who considers themselves a technician, or the person that you would say gets hired on a film set? Are you an AD? Are you a gaffer? Are you a makeup artist? Are you a service provider? Are you a caterer? Are you, can I just see a show of hands of who those people are in the room? Anyone? Myself included, right? So again, all of these voices equally matter. We all need to be here. We all need to speak. If this room was only filled with producers, the conversation would go very differently. But we all need to have an opportunity to express what are our concerns, what are our grievances. Final acknowledgement before I move on is I would like to acknowledge the current sitting FAN board, with starting with Mr. Byron Joseph over here. Welcome, thank you. Ms. Chuna Derango, did I say it right? Daringo, Vice Chairperson. Yalo Melcho, she's the secretary and admin, super hardworking. Georgina Likukela, she's a programs director. Then we have Angelo Viringa and Jackson Cantutela. I hope I got that correct. And they're both responsible for membership drive. So let's just please give them a round of applause just for all of their hard work. Just to recognize, did I miss Angelo? No, I mentioned Angelo. So let's just acknowledge them and thank them for their hard work, because I don't think we really know just how sacrificial it is to be in this position, how much of your time and energy it takes. And, you know, we don't get paid to be here. You know, these are just a group of people that are really, really passionate about this industry and that have made the decision that they're going to commit their time and energy to lobby and to go and fight for us in the rooms that maybe not all of us have access to. So I just really want to take a moment to just thank you and to acknowledge just your commitment to this industry. I know it hasn't been easy, but you know, we see you and we recognize, you know, all the hard work you've done. On that point, I just, you know, very, very quickly like to just highlight some of the accomplishments that this board, really under the leadership of Byron and Shuna, what we've accomplished even from before the current sitting board. Specifically, I think one of the biggest projects that really stood out with this board would be the position paper. I think in the year, what year was that? 2024. We got together and we said, okay, let's get some information. How can we be better leaders, right? What do we need in order to make good decisions? And we recognize that we don't have data. We don't have information about our industry. So we went out of our way. We said, okay, let's conduct a survey. And let me tell you, that was one of the toughest exercises that we had to do. And really one of the biggest hurdles as a board was like getting people to participate, getting people to answer a phone call, just to answer a few questions or to fill out a form, you know, because at the time there was no real vision about what we're going to do with this information. But we said we want to gather information because we want to be well informed when we're making decisions. So I think we conducted this over a period of, what is it, how long? 9 months? 6 months? Longer than that, a year. Where we invited people. Also, prior to that, we had created a committee and we said, okay, let's get people to join us, to help us to figure out what is our position as an industry, what are our needs, what do we have, what do we lacking, and that exercise really helped us get an understanding of where the gaps are and what people needed. Also, mind you, with the limited information that we were able to gather and money at the time. So from there we went on and we said, okay, we've came up with 2 programs or interventions, and really what we were advised was we need to dream big. It was said, guys, imagine, let's go and tell the government we need, what was it, 50 million at the time. We said we're gonna go with a vision of 50 million. This is what we could do with 50 million in this industry. And, you know, we came up with a plan. And 2 plans actually. And yeah, and in that time, it was during the NDP 6 discussions and planning stages. Byron, Shuna, myself, and the others really on the board, we would now go and attend these NDP6 planning meetings. And mind you, we are all practitioners, we are all filmmakers, we have no concept of governance and thinking high level and low level, and it was really, really tough for us, but it was such a great learning period for us. But also, mind you, this was how we lobbied, and this is how we made sure that our programs were able to get into the NDP6, that we were even able to get to this point now where we've got an NCCP to discuss, right? So just to give you a little bit of background, that this is a long ongoing process, and we really, to the best of our abilities, have tried to make it as engaging as possible and take the members along with us. However, there were also times where we needed to make executive decisions, where we needed to be trusted as the leaders that were voted into these positions. And it's difficult, it's not easy to really not just earn people's trust, but to maintain it and to keep it. But again, this is why we're here right now, is to say to you, we want to hear you, we want to hear what your thoughts are, where you think we should be going from here. But we also need you to allow us to make those executive decisions, to take the information and say, okay, this is what we think is the best way forward. So yes, as I said earlier, every single room in this voice matters. And we need to come together, we need to speak as a community, which I think as a board, we found that this was one of the hardest things, because everybody's got a different opinion, everybody's got a different agenda. There's thinking about the me before thinking about the we. You are just thinking about how I'm going to pay my rent today, whereas maybe I need to think about how can we grow this industry for tomorrow and the day after, and it's not just about you as an individual. So as we discuss these things, please just keep that in mind, right? Every time, for example, if we say, if we take the rates down, right, we're basically saying that people will not be able to live and eat off of this industry, right? On the other hand, if we raise the rates, for example, we're saying, okay, that means there might be less opportunities for the masses now because we've got less resources. So if we say we want higher rates, we're also saying potentially we're losing out on other more opportunities for more people. So let's keep these things in mind as we have these discussions, and understand that everything is a give and take. On the one hand, where we make concessions, we're going to make sacrifices on the other side. Welcome, ladies. So yeah, we have to be honest about the realities of our industry. We have to be honest with ourselves about what does it take to actually thrive in our land, in Namibia. What does it mean to tell stories, to tell quality stories in this day and age? But also, what does it mean to, to make a film with less money? What does that look like? Can we be honest and say, you know what, this is going for television, or this is going to this platform? And even when we're having those discussions, being honest, even as producers, to practitioners, and saying, this is really what we're working with, and being truthful about that. So yeah, we have to think about long-term sustainability. Every single decision we make right now is going to impact how the film industry can move forward, going on. We're saying, we're standing together and we're saying, we are not budging. This is how we want to be treated. This is how much we want to get paid. This is what we stand for. So we need to know that in the long run, how is that going to impact us? It could impact us negatively, it could impact us positively. So just to keep our minds on this. Finally, let's also consider how can we be part of an industry that doesn't eventually implode on itself. Welcome, Mr. Vixen. Thank you so much. And I think for me, in conclusion, it's thinking about the we, before the me, right? And it's saying, you know, how can whatever we discuss right now, how can it also impact us in the long run? Maybe we're going to leave and the rate that we're going to start with, the low end, is not what you wanted. But we're saying, no, we're building towards something in the future. We're saying, okay, for now, how can we make sure that people are working? How can we also prove to the government, who, by the way, is our main sponsor, how can, and that's worth, you know. So maybe for now, in the beginning, it's going to be a lot of sacrifices. But in 3, 4, 5 years from now, you know, we're able to see the fruit of our labor. But yeah, again, also not forgetting that there's a foundation that's already been laid by those that came before us. And we're really just picking up and we're trying to get the ball across the goal line. So once again, welcome everyone here. Welcome, Madam Flo and Herta. We're so grateful that you could take the time to join us. And yeah, welcome everyone online as well. We're so excited to just hear from you. Give us your feedback, give us your participation. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Esther, for that. I think that was a nice overview of where we're coming from, where we're at, and a bit of where the vision is going towards. We were just joking now that our executive secretary is always on time. And she doesn't play with time. We're making a joke now that she's even here 30 seconds before her time. So we are well on schedule now, because the next person that we would like to call out is Madam Florence. Maybe you can just come and have a seat with us so long. However, I'm sure everybody has seen the call out in terms of the feature films, and also have seen conversations around the NCCP, which is the National Content Creation Plan. And I know that there have been quite a few questions around that. So who in the room has seen some of the NFC callouts? Okay. Who's interested in applying for those? The rest of you not? No? Okay. All right. Who has applied? That's also another question. Nobody has applied. Okay, so before we get into it, is there perhaps a reason why you have not applied? You're still working on it? Cool. And yourself? Maybe let me bring the mic to you. Yeah? No, it's just for the online people so they can also hear us. Yeah. Yeah.
Good morning. I would be rude if I don't introduce myself. My name is Teresia Nalumbu. I'm a writer, props master, set dresser, and a producer in training. The reason why I have not applied yet is because I have a long format production coming up. It's a telenovela, 52 episodes. So I was like, I really wanted to apply, but I was like, I don't really want to put too much on myself, because as filmmakers, we need to make sure that we take care of ourselves. Sometimes we take on a lot, and then later we are not feeling okay, we are crashing out or burning out. So I've given it much thought. So I was like, even if I apply now and I get this opportunity, because I believe in myself and I believe in my God. So I was like, even if I get it, what if I end up not being able to really, take it on? Because I put everything that I put a lot of effort in everything that I do. I'm a passionate person. So I'm like, okay, let me just focus on what I'm doing for now. So that's why. And I'm also like, okay, I already have an opportunity and I'm working on something, an opportunity to other filmmakers who don't have anything going for now.
Okay.
So, yeah, guys, if you really want to run your own production, now is your time to apply, and then you can take it on, because the filmmaking industry in Namibia it's very small already. We are crews that are doing a lot on one production. I'm doing 4 things, so yeah, that's why I didn't take it upon myself yet. But I'm hoping that if you're in this room right now and you're a young and upcoming filmmaker like myself, please apply and keep yourself busy. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you for that. No. Anybody else who has a reason why they haven't applied? Okay, so are we all, the ones at least that have seen it, are there certain questions around it? Okay, all right, cool. Before we come to Mr. Tim, at least there's a hand. At least there's a hand in the room. Okay, so I'd also then officially like to welcome our Executive Secretary at the Namibia Film Commission. For those of you that don't know this lady, this wonderful godmother. For us, I call her one of the godmothers of the industry, honestly. I don't know where a lot of us would be if it was not for our godmother here. So I've got so much respect for you, but I'm also very thankful for all the work that you do. But also, let me just give you the mic so that you can fully introduce yourself.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Florence Thaikwe Hefene, and it is an honor to be here to explain the process. And I know for newcomers, it's probably new, but for our veterans, they know how this process works. The board sits, they look at the budget, board decides we'll fund 2 shorts, 2 features, X amount of content. Secretariat, which is us, then have the call to you, and we give you a month to apply. So this call went out on the 3rd of June, right? In most instances, no one calls. We just hear in the grapevine. People have questions. No one comes to the office. And most of the time, it's really very basic stuff, you know. Like, can I apply for all 3? Can I apply only for 1? Things like that. So it closes now on the 3rd of July, and we are getting so many calls at the office now. People are waking up only now, I don't know. But we're willing to help. Herta will take us through the questions that we answered in the past week. We've done a roadshow, and the regional filmmakers are not applying because they're saying they are not there yet, you know. They don't have registration, they don't know how it works. They've never worked on a short film with that kind of funding. So they asked us to work on something for them, you know, rural upcoming filmmakers. They need a different type of intervention because they cannot compete with you guys in the capital. So the other questions that we had really went around the amounts that we have rolled out. Features, 750, why is it so little? What can one do with that? But if you're a business person, you're a producer, that is a start. You at least have that amount and you take it from there. You want to be your own SME because you are your own enterprise, isn't it? You are a business by yourself, so you need to think like a business person and to look at who can I partner with. Oh, Florian's great in fundraising. Let me engage him. Oh, I heard you have a beautiful story. Maybe the 3 of us can, you know, Is it happening currently? I don't know. Are people very individualistic? They only want to apply alone, sit with struggles alone, while there's a whole wide network of filmmakers that can assist you. Temi is there, Obet is there, Ina is there, Florian is there, Ronald is here, Shuna, Byron. These are people that have been in the industry for the longest time. Vixen is here. So why do we feel so lonely and so alone? Errol is there, you see. I think it's time that we start sharing a bit more. When we're struggling to say, can you be my producer? I have this great idea. I already have part funding, so can we apply with a stronger team to the NFC 750K? You know, are those conversations happening as an industry? Are we meeting to talk about these things, or are you just defeated and not wanting to work with others? Because in this industry, we really need each other. You are not going to do this thing alone. You will fail. And hear me now. People have tried, they've failed, and they've even left the industry because there's no resilience also. So I'll give Herta a chance to take us through the questions that we've already answered, and then also to put up the application form so that you can perhaps see the steps that you are missing. Because sometimes if you don't enter a specific line, you will not progress to the next level, isn't it? So that we get through that. Perhaps, I think Tim had a question. Who else had a question before we then give it over to our media to just explain the various questions that we had? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Florence. I do have two questions on the feature film call-out. The first question is there a date of where a decision is made? Is that already a set date? And the second is, there's a point that says demonstrate compliance with the Namibia Employment Equity Act and fair employment practices. I would like to have some elaboration on that point. Thank you.
Okay, one more question.
Hi, good morning. Thank you. I've started filling out the documentary section, and I see one of the required uploads is a full screenplay. That's a little bit tricky with a documentary.
Yeah.
So
depending on what the subject matter is.
Yeah, but
I
generally
suppose.
you wouldn't do a screenplay for a documentary. So I mean, we're accustomed to doing pitch decks, and so it is listed as a required upload. How do we work with that? Do we just upload the pitch deck into that slot as well, or what's your consideration there?
All right. You can hand the question to the mic to the other person, and then Herta will take us through that.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, my question was just, I see that the cutoff date for completion, should you get or be successful, is the 23rd of February, 2027. Is that production or completion with post?
Any other question?
Yes, good morning. I saw there's a requirement for like pre-sales and all distribution deals and all that. It's just a concern that maybe it's a bit difficult, especially for filmmakers in Namibia, in my experience, just trying to get a LOI, it's quite a headache. I do have one for a specific project, but then I think it's becoming difficult, and I have consulted even as far as South Africa and some of the friends that I know in the world. It's quite a process to get one. It takes a whole bit of time to do that. Even though if one had to ask that on the 3rd of June when these things came out, can that be maybe revisited? I mean, because it will cut, I'm afraid it may cut out some people.
For me, on that question, I think it's all about the plan. Do you have a plan? You know, because that is what is important. Whether you have letters or not, but do you have a solid plan where you want to take your content? So that's, I mean, we are pushing you. We are also trying to push you to think like business people. That's why that requirement is there. Because you don't want it here, but if you apply to the World Feature Film Fund, that might be in there. So it's prep for you to also think ahead. But of course, once you call and you say, look, this is my struggle, I'm struggling with this, then I'll say, okay, if you have a plan, upload that one. It's okay, you see. But we haven't gotten any calls at the office. No one has come to see me personally. I don't know why. Do I look scary? I don't think so. All right, Herta will now take us through all the questions.
Okay, so they also are online members that, but I think some of the questions have been repeated, but there was a comment from Armas who said that similarly, young and upcoming filmmakers in the regions can team up with veterans to apply. It can also serve as a mentoring period. And then Jenny Kandenge said that she'd like to confirm funding closing date if it has been moved to the 3rd of August, because she just saw a post on the NFC IG. Is it for African co-productions? Okay, so Jenny, Obed has just clarified that it's for African co-productions, but the closing date is 3rd of July. Okay.
Sorry, Shuna, what was the first question online?
No, it was just a comment. It was just a comment,
right.
Yeah. Mm.
I think I'm just going to answer the questions that have been asked here. The first one by Florian was the date on when the contract is signed or decisions are made, end of August. That's the date that we have. In terms of the employment equity, that's if somebody registers as a company. If you're registering as a company, it is a requirement with any money that is spent, government money that is spent. It's part of the required documents like the tax registration and tax compliance. For now, we've only loaded tax compliance, tax registration certificate on the portal because we feel like it's still too early in the process for us to require a compliant certificate now, but that's the requirement when we spend government money. And then documentary, it would be the pitch deck, you're correct, Tim, that you would need to submit. The pre-sales has been answered. The closing date has also been answered. Errol, your question was? My question was that I see the cut-off date. Yes, for when you need to, yes, that would be, yep, the project needs to be completed. By, yes, post everything. But yes, that is for the local projects, and then the shorts and the documentaries for the African co-production. But the feature for the African co-production has a submission deadline of February 2028.
But I would say that, Errol, we are also open to hear you out, because you might find a producer that says, I am interested in the project, but I can only commit by April next year. And the person might come with good money to elevate the project. So we're open to listen to these, during your pitching, if you are selected, obviously you'll say, I have reached out to a producer in France, or I have reached out to a producer in South Africa, Kenya, or Ghana, and this person is interested, but it will take us a bit longer to complete. Then we renegotiate. We are at contract stage to say, yes, we hear you, this is what is possible. It's not like we are rigid. We do understand how these things work. It doesn't take, especially for features, and sometimes collaborations with other African filmmakers could take a bit longer. But we also want you to work very hard so that at least come February 2027, we can report something to the president, because we are in the top 7 priority. We cannot say, oh no, we've rolled out funding, none of the projects are ready to premiere, none of the projects are anywhere. What will the president think of us? So you get money and you don't know what to do with it, So I think we have to be in that mode of being ready with projects all the time. Because anyone can say, oh, I want to work with a Namibian producer or filmmaker, and then is that the time we want to run and start writing? Or do you have stuff that is ready, that you can take to market, that you can take to finance forums? What does it look like for you as a serious filmmaker that you say you are? And I'm not throwing shade, I'm just...
Obed. No, please go ahead, Herta, if you've got any more additions.
So the questions that we've received at the office, there weren't many, like Madame Flor has mentioned. One of the questions that was asked was around the screenplay requirement, and Didi has just spoken about it now. This is production funding, so we typically don't want to sit with someone applying and there's no script at all, and then we have to wait. Production timeline is tight, like Errol is saying. Now then there will be a waiting period for you to finish the script, while we just have 6 months for these projects, and then there will be money required for development, and now the money comes from the production budget. So that's why that requirement is there. So that was the one question. And then the other question was around where do you, and maybe I should go on to the portal and present because people were like, where do they click what? Yeah, maybe you should just go on to there and then we check. There's a requirement to register, so maybe we should just go through that. Yeah, we are trying. Yeah, and there's been people who call the office really with questions, and it's good when people do things early because we are able to pick up issues with the portal very early on and fix it. So there are people who would call and say, this thing doesn't make sense, or on my end as the user, this is what I'm seeing, and then we're able to correct. So thank you to everyone who calls and just asks questions so that we correct as we go.
There's a question at your back, Herta. Okay.
Just while I remember. So I just want to take Madame Flo back to the co-production one.
The African Film Fund.
You will have to have some actual money that you have to prove by the time that you submit that the other producer has that cash.
Yes.
Or yeah. Yes.
Yes. You need to find your co-production producer, isn't it? Or whoever works with you. And of course, you too should have...
Using with a Kenyan person.
Yes.
Will that Kenyan person has to prove that, look, here's my account?
No money is available, but we don't want to take the risk. We rely on grants rather. So it's really up to you. The brave ones will jump in there and get their money.
Yeah,
Yeah.
by all means, that's not the most difficult one, and I don't want to have
Okay.
tennis, but it's the concern, at least what I have discussed with some of the people that we were talking about this, is that now you have everybody go and find a partner who commits $500,000 to this, and then your project ends up not being chosen.
Funded.
So then it may be a problem that to, like, what do I do
What do I do now?
I've already asked somebody to commit, and there's already a commitment, so I may then have to, like, it
I
took
guess-
me already 5 years, now I have to try again for the next 5 years.
No,
So
I-
that's
I-
way, yeah.
I guess it's looking at your fundraising model, isn't it? Where else are you fundraising? Is it only here? So you need to throw your net out wider than just NFC. You need to go to the development bank. You need to go to whoever is into content. Seeing we are in the top 7 priority areas, companies might want to warm up to that. So if you are not good with fundraising, find someone that can do that for you and have them buy equity into your project. Maybe that way it is easier. I'm just thinking out loud. Yeah, but perhaps it's something that the board can look into. If someone has gotten their 50% or X amount, how do we then support this filmmaker? Because they have done effort, they have gotten out there, but here on this level, since we can only fund one or how many projects, how do we intervene here then? It's a very valid point that you are making. Thank you. If that is, oh yeah, we are ready now to go through. Is there another question? 4.
I don't know if it's a question, but
Is it a comment?
it's like a question, but I wanted to see where NFC's heads were at, understanding that, okay, maybe not that the funding is small, but you have both limited time and limited budget, and there's that rule, the triangle of 3: quality, budget, and speed.
Yeah.
And if we're like in the judging process, we also understand that we can't expect like concepts that are like insane, understanding like somebody might say, I want to shoot something in a single room that happens between 2 locations or something, because that's what the time allows, that's what the budget allows. I'm just wondering if that is being considered in the maybe selection, judging process, the fact that it's, some people can't do 2 grand scripts, I guess.
I think creativity is really something that is within the creator. And over the years, people have learned how to produce content within a budget, but that is still relatable and of quality. So if you have a story with 2 people only, but the dialogue is so interesting and humorous, I guess we will all love it. But if you have a story with 2 people and I'm like, where did the money go? So it's all up to the storyline. And this time around, we are getting international judges and readers. So just to build confidence, and you're not saying, oh, let's smuggle it, I can see. So just to get a different eye from outside that can look at your projects and that can advise. So that is something new. It's been done before, but because of limited funding, we had to cut on it, but we're going back there because I believe it will also make all our filmmakers confident when they're rejected that it's nothing personal, that it was done on merit. Yeah? Okay. There's a question here, there's a question at the back. Is it a comment? Is it a question?
Actually a
You said
question.
you were not applying. Oh, okay.
It's on, right? Can you hear me? Yeah. Quick question. Actually, two questions. Well, first of all, my name is Delina Jackie. Let's say, like, okay, you have the script already, right? And then you hand that in to NFC. First question: if you need certain equipment, does NFC help provide with the equipment, or
No.
would that be through FAN? And then the second question: do you assist with like filming permits to utilize certain locations, like like a filming permit?
We provide you with a filming permit, but that does not allow for location use.
Right.
It is just for us to say we are aware that this filmmaker has this production and we authorize them to do so. But for permits in cities, towns, national parks, villages, wherever, you need permission. So, but if you are struggling, you can come to us and say, this village headman does not want me to film in this locality, and we can reach out and explain the process, why it's important. Maybe it's an issue of understanding and community benefication. They want to know, how will my community benefit? So what rates are you willing to pay to that traditional authority? And so forth. So it's a negotiation between the filmmaker and where they want to shoot.
Okay.
But we don't provide equipment to
All right,
anybody.
thanks.
We don't have equipment at the NFC to help with that.
Thank you.
Was that the last question before we go on to the portal? Tim, was your hand up? No. Ina? No? Okay. Let's go on to the website.
So this is the portal. You'd find a link on the landing page when you get to the website that says apply for funding here. Once you get to this point, you can either click the African co-production or the local funding. For this demonstration, we'll use the local one, the production funding call for 2027. And then it takes you through a list of compulsory documents and information that you need to know before you start the process. Some people are already on our portal, they're registered, so they can log in if they are. Those who are not, then you go to register now. Sorry, Shuna, I'm populating with your things. For this registration, you can register as an individual and not as a company. And then once you're in the portal, you can choose to apply as an individual or a company. I think I should use my laptop. I think I should use my laptop because I'm already on the thing. Just give me a second.
If you are struggling with applying, you can also come to us so that we see what it is that you are struggling with. And then we can assist you to complete the application. Because I see there's just no time now anymore. Today is the what? The 25th. So you only have how many days? Yeah. So, So, you know, there's the selection period. It can take up to 2 weeks. Then it's the reading. It can take, you know, another how many weeks. Then it's the shortlisting and the pitching process. It's that whole time that can really delay. So if we extend for another 2 weeks, that will take us back into April, May. That's the time you'll be done with your productions. If it's a short or, you know, yeah, features might take a bit longer, depending on how you do your work. Are we ready, Herta? Okay.
All right, so once you're registered, this would be the view that you'd have as the user. Again, it's just the information on what is required. And then you'll see here where it says funding category, you have to choose one of the two for you to be able to apply. Once you click this, what happens is that the requirements changes at the bottom. So please select these options at the top, because you'll see the documents that are required for a feature are not the same that are required for a documentary. So you need to select right at the top before you start, you need to select those two things. And then what I was referring to earlier, you can select whether you're applying as an individual or as a company, and then the requirements would then also change, because if you're applying as a company, then there's all of the Employment Equity Commission requirements and so on that the company would need to have in place. So I think this is the same as last year's requirements. We haven't really changed much or many things on here, apart from the selections at the top that then changes that automated submissions at the bottom. A lot of the challenges that we received last year came from people all submitting on the last day. We had 30 submissions on one day and the systems crashed. And then people were mad at us, but we were like, but you had 30 days. So please try and apply earlier. This is documents, it says here documents should not exceed 20 megabytes. There's 1, 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 documents that you need to upload. If 30, 40 of us are all uploading so many documents at the same time, it's gonna crash. And there's just nothing we can do about it. The system has really been built by a good team of guys that work on a lot of, they're really capable of what they're doing. We've tested the system with multiple submissions at the same time ourselves internally. The system works. It just won't work when so many of us are doing it at the same time. Did change the submission time to 4 p.m., which means there's an hour that we are in office while you are trying to submit on the last day. But that's all we have for you to have a query, for you to speak to us about it or whatever. But we cannot continue the same tradition year in, year out. Something has to change. So please submit early so that we don't have people who are mad at us for the system crashing. Yeah. Florian and then Tim? No. Are you fine? Okay, Tim.
Maybe just to add on, because Esther asked me just now, you have this cool tool that you actually can save the progress with your, so you don't have to, log in when everything is ready and upload everything.
Yes, so you can save and go back. You can start the process, like Ina said. So you start the process, you save it, and then you can submit later. Also, what we've added to the system this year, last year we had a lot of queries about when is what happening, when do I hear back from you, how far is the process. What we've done is we built in a tracking system. So this, when you log in, and that's why you are required to register, so that you can track the progress. So when you log in, it will show you where you are, whether you've passed the preliminary stage, whether you are being called for pitching, whether you've passed through the pitching, wherever you are in the process, the system will tell you. So we'll go back end and we'll give you feedback on your profile. So that's the one thing that we've added to the system. I think at this moment, just one person per category, but you can always, in your motivation, maybe just add, if you want to add more people, yeah. Yeah. It won't even allow to load. Yeah. Sorry? Okay. Oh, to compress them. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Because the system won't even accept if it's more than that. We've built it to just to lock and not accept the forms, any documents that are larger than the 20 megabytes.
Is it 20 megabytes
Cumulative. No, I think it's per. I think it's per document.
Oh, okay.
I'll have to check with the team, but I think it's per document.
Can you say how many has applied so far?
I can't go back and Florence is asking if I should check how many have applied so far. If I go back and now, I'll reveal people's things, so I can't do that. I can't go back and yeah. Let me do this. Let me get off the screen and then I'll check.
We do encourage you to apply because whether you get the funding or not, you have applied and you've gone through the process. Now you know what funders want. You know, you do. It's a learning process, even if you do not get the funding in the end. And of course, whoever gets the project could employ, you know, all of you or some of you to work on their project. So nothing is really lost. We're quite a small industry. And I'm hopeful that all of you will get something, whether it's through NFC, whether it's through the NBC call-outs. There was a question of if I have the NBC project, can I still apply for this? Yes, you can also apply. It's all about, are you going to be able to juggle both, you know, at the same time? It's all about time management and at the end of the day, not what's the word? Neglecting, yeah, the other project. Are you going? I think you've got to speak in a mic so that those online can hear you.
This may not be a question, maybe it could be a suggestion. So after somebody applies, especially the successful candidates, that they stay on the system eventually to create an exit report. Exit report. And that's how you also create a standard for the film industry. The people expect when you're done with the production, you have an exit report. How many people did you employ, etc., etc.
It's there.
Okay.
Thank you, Obed. Yes, that's a good suggestion that stays on the system. We do keep all of the applications on there, but it's a good thing to add an exit report to it. I think it comes, yeah, the facilitators have one, so maybe it's a good thing that everybody who's gotten funding, but they do submit, it's just not on the system. They do submit reports in terms of how many people are employed, who is paid what. All of that comes, I think, as the funds are released. All of that is a requirement, and it's in the contract that the people sign. But thank you. Maybe something that we can look at. How do we automate it, or to make it so it's easy for us to keep track of all of the data. We've got 9 submissions so far, or applications so far. 9, yes. So that's how many we have.
For which categories?
All over the place. Documentaries, features, yeah.
All right.
And that's it.
Are we still needed here? Yes.
Yeah. Okay. I think that's yes. Yeah, no, we can absolutely believe that. I'm just thinking, Flo, I think the second part of this would have been a bit more clarification of talking about NCCP. Yeah. Yeah, where we are and how far we are in the process. Yes, that'll also help, but the clarification would be good.
The NCCP is a program that came from local filmmakers that went through the research that was conducted by the Filmmakers Association of Namibia. Your concerns, your challenges, the opportunities were all looked at, and you in this room, you drafted the National Content Creation Plan, looking at what the 8th administration required the creative industries to do. That was pushing job opportunities, especially for young people. And that is how the content creation came about. It is your plan. You said we want the jobs, we want the projects. So you looked at what could bring out the jobs mainly, and it was features. No, feature films are not it. Let us look at long form, and that is where the national soapy, the 4 TV series, and then for inclusion, the regional short films came about. It is phase 1 of the NCCP. Depending on its success, in the second installment, then we will be looking at documentaries and feature films as well. But how are we to create the jobs? How are we to include regions? How are we to look at youth in this film sector? So there has been a lot of meetings, workshops, looking at how to frame this project. And where we are at the moment is at signing. The Ministry of Education and the Ministry of MICT will be signing an MOU to unlock the funds that will be coming for that project. We have been informed that we will be receiving 17.5 million Namibia dollars for the rollout of this project. So the next steps will only follow after the signatures and after monies have been transferred. At this point, I can only say I'm waiting for our principals to sign. Once we have that assurance, then we can say, okay, we have gotten the money, the rollout will then start. But you in this room have already decided this is what we want to do. So it's not a surprise. Research was done, and that is where it came from. So it's not a plan of the NFC or of the ministry. It comes from the filmmakers themselves. And I am happy that you could be part of this plan. We basically just endorsed it, we looked through it, and we said, yes, this looks like a solid plan. So I guess you have to give yourselves applause for thinking this far and wanting to really push boundaries. And this is the first time we are rolling out content at this level as the NFC. 17.5, that's quite a huge amount. We haven't gotten that. Our budget now stands at 8 million. So this is all new for you and also for us. All I can say is that we really have to cooperate and make this work. This is our one chance of making sure that we do the right thing and we do it properly. That's why this standardization workshop is also important, because once the rollout starts, it comes with its own requirements to say you cannot employ less than this number of people, because we want to report on the jobs that this intervention is creating. You should use Namibian services because it's Namibian taxpayers. You should use Namibian crew, Namibian this, Namibian that, you know, so that we can report back and say it was all Namibian. But of course you can fundraise if you want to bring in expertise. You can extend your budget and then you can add to what we provide. The budgets are not that high, but I cannot talk in detail about them because I must first see the money, isn't it? I must first see the money, and it will be dispersed in 3 phases, 7 million, 7 million, and 3.5. So we also have to align our rollout and our execution to that, so that pre-production must happen, and then we'll probably then wait for production and then post and so on. But we are looking at how this can work as efficient as possible. And we're looking also at a team that can execute this. Not a lot of people, just a skeleton group of 4 people. And just to let you know that none of the people that are part of the planning process will apply for these grants. We've asked them to recuse themselves, and they have gladly done so. So that, you know, it needs to be a transparent process, and we want to be an organization that upholds integrity. I cannot be the one deciding on projects and also apply for the same projects. Just the same as our board members, Esther and Ronald, they are not applying for any NFC funding because they sit on the board. So it's one of those conflict of interest things that we want to avoid. Are there other questions? No? Is it on the NCCP? Oh my goodness.
I just needed clarity.
All right. Which one are you still on this? I mean
It was just on the MOU. I just needed clarity, or just for you to repeat the part that you said.
The memorandum of understanding.
Yes. Oh. Okay. So the question is, I just wanted to know who are the parties to the MOU. You said it's between the NFC and...
It's between MICT, that is our principal. The 2 ministers will be signing the MOU. Yes.
Yeah, just for the sake of our online audiences as well, maybe if you can just repeat that, Shuna.
Okay, no, I just clarified the 2 ministries, which is the Ministry of Information and also MASAC, Education, Sports, Arts and Culture. Yeah.
And it should be important to know the reason why this first needs to happen, why this is the first step in getting this program off the ground, is because the vote, the budget vote for the sector falls under MISAC, Ministry of Education, Innovation, Youth, Sports, Arts and Culture. But you know, it's a very big ministry with other very high national priorities, education being foremost there, youth development probably coming in second to that. So you can see the A there towards the end, towards the end of the priorities. So it's very important for that money then to move from that ministry into the NFC's line ministry, or maybe our industry's line ministry, which is then MICT in this particular case. The next question, please, Mr. Scott.
Yes, I have 2 questions actually. The first one is the NCCP was shared the plan with the fan group, And a lot of us, myself included, had a lot of questions and a lot of concerns about the way that it's structured. We both raised it on the fan group on WhatsApp, but then also at the industry mixer, which happened, the fan mixer, in April. And it was told that we would get a chance to have input on this. Is that still the case? Or is that basically because we haven't seen any new plan or any amendments to that plan that was from last year, I think. And I think I don't only speak for myself, but a lot of us did have a lot of concerns of how that money is structured, but we didn't really have a chance to have input on the document as far. That's the first question. The second question is, what is the timeline in terms of what is the plan for call-outs for selections, etc., because there was no information on that yet either. And I do know that time is running, money has to be spent, but so far there hasn't been any information on selection of projects and call-outs, etc., etc.
Okay. Yes, we can maybe take the rest of the questions and answer them in a bunch, yeah.
1, 2. Thanks again. Yeah, it's good we're finally having this discussion. During the mixer, we were, or the way it sounded is we were kind of promised that we would have input on the plan itself and details in it. Then I know over time I started hearing of, no, we met with this, no, it's set in stone, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And there was something that Ms. Florence mentioned now, saying it came from you, the industry. Kinda. Let's just say kinda, because the questions exist because some people feel like they didn't really have a say, and the way, that's why there's serious questions about how it's structured. And it will be sad that something that is supposed to, that is doing well in getting us funding, gets off the ground, but gets off the ground like and crashes because there are these glaring issues that causes division in the industry, that causes a lack of trust. So it's real issues I think we need to address. Then, like I can give one example that was a glaring one, is there's talk of equipment, purchasing equipment. And then I think when it was thought through, I don't know if it was thought through well enough, like when you buy equipment, who's that equipment going to? How is that equipment secured? Is it given to companies? Is it given to individuals? Does the ministry keep it? Is it NFC that keeps it? Does NFC have the capabilities to maintain equipment? Because that stuff goes, like, it's outdated in like a few months and stuff. So there's like glaring stuff like that in there. Then we also have the idea, I mean, we're told, when does it have to be spent? Like, yeah, September. It says a feature film and a soapy by September. So what we understood from the industry mixer was, or the consensus from those of us that were chatting there, was that, okay, let's secure the money, but we really need to discuss afterwards how this thing rolls out, because it won't roll out the way it's written in there. There's no way you can have a feature film by September and it's out, have a soapy by September and it's playing, and then you have a streaming service when currently we don't even have one. So yeah, there's glaring issues like that in there.
Yeah, I think I'm just going to latch on to what Florian and Ina said. It's just the timeline. I think at this juncture, you cannot expect to spend this money productively by March 2027. I think then rather don't sign the MOU, because the damage you will create reputationally will be worse than actually elevating this industry. Because we're now, where are we? June. Basically July, right? So we have, what, 8 months left to spend that amount of money. We shouldn't, really. Yeah, start okay, yeah, but...
Okay, I just quickly in response, I think one of the challenges is that when we asked for the money, right? When we were lobbying and we had to get this money, there were certain expectations from government side about what the outcomes should be of the money that is spent. So I think when it comes to to the inputs, right? If the input is no, let's get rid of the soapy and just do feature films, then unfortunately that input cannot be taken, because we've received this under the guise of we are planning to employ X amount of people over a specific period of time. Also, again, earlier I had mentioned how long we've been working on this process. I had mentioned how many interventions we've had for inputs. We've had committees set up. We've even, in the infancy of this project, we've said, give us your input, respond, put your feedback in. The document was made live, and it's unfortunate maybe if you're only able to join a lot later in the process that maybe you've missed out on some of those opportunities. However, where we are in the process right now, it is really to iron out maybe smaller issues, for example, like timelines and saying what's realistic, but changing, I think, the entire setup of what it looks like right now would be us going against what we promised when we were lobbying for this money, and when we were saying, we can solve this youth unemployment issue. So just to be realistic about where we are right now in the process, there might not be drastic changes. It might just be, guys, trust us. We've done the research. We've come together. We're sitting. We're trying to make the best decisions that can benefit all of us in the long run. And it might be uncomfortable. We're not going to be able to make everybody happy, unfortunately. But we need to be, I think I'm just asking for a little bit more trust from the film community at large.
Yeah, no, I just really quickly wanted to, that you mentioned that those tiny details may be to be let known. And I think they are important for preparation of the filmmakers who are going to apply for those ones, at least to know when we talk about a national SOPI, what scope are we looking at? How many episodes, how many seasons, maybe, for people to prepare. And when we talk about a TV series, or are we talking about limited? Are we talking about like how many episodes are we, or seasons are we talking about? And how would the TV, the regional TV, whatever films will look like, So if that information can be, never mind the budget, but just for people to prepare, because like a national TV is a big thing, so people need to know the scope that we are looking at.
Yes, Obed?
Yeah, I just want to disagree a little bit, because with Esther, I was one of the people who was in the beginning when we drafted the position paper. And in the position paper, we had a SOPI, which is the document that Ms. Florence is referencing, that the industry workshopped. We had a SOPI, we had 4 TV series, we had 6 feature films, which the minister asked during a public setting. And then we also had 24 documentaries in there. And I think where the questions are coming from is, who made the decision to remove the feature films and the documentaries? And if government has given us a scope, where is that scope? So that we can also address the scope. Because the thing is, to you, it might seem like a TV series is job creation. But you graduate from feature films to go to TV series, not the other way around. And I think that type of understanding is very important for us to understand execution. And this thing of timeline is not actually a small matter. When we're talking about execution, first of all, we're looking at scripts, we're looking at all of this kind of stuff. And I agree with the room that says, let's get the money and then we address this type of things. We're not necessarily against with what has been suggested, but I'm saying that it's very important that we also adhere to provenance. From where it started to what it is now, we're talking about public money. So public money needs to be accounted for, and in this case, is actually an investment, not a grant. And I think we just should be in the in the clear in terms of the way forward, so that everybody can buy into it. It's not a thing of it's me or versus, it's actually all of us coming together to create something that we can put on the board and say, you know what, we've succeeded after all of these years. Look at what we have done together.
I think there's quite a bunch of questions already that actually might need our attention here. I just want to come back immediately to Florian. I don't know if I missed one. So your first, the first concern that you had is the industry input, and if I'm not wrong, the second one was then the timelines and how do we. Yes, yes. Mm. Oh, okay, lovely. So I think that question also then came up afterwards with Ina, which is basically the timelines. How will this thing be rolled out? I then take it inputs from Florian. So yeah, okay. Okay, lovely. Okay, well noted. I think maybe I should first give Mayor Flo. Wait. As a matter of fact, let me do it the other way around, because I did want to share this this document with you guys. So, and I think it does address a lot of the questions, except maybe for the equipment one, as to who would be responsible for their equipment. There was also a last concern coming in from Obed about what happened to the features as per the original plan, and how did it change? Okay, I will leave that last one maybe for Mayor Flo to delve into a bit more, a bit deeper. But just from my side, so as you all know, there's been a lot of fervor around the NCCP. Over the past few weeks, there was even something shared online on one of the public groups, making a lot of, I would think, unfounded, incendiary types of comments or suggestions within that. And I think to a large degree, I did actually appreciate it. Because what it does is it encapsulates what I think is a few misunderstandings around NCCP, and also a few untruths about the process and how we came to be in this particular position that we are now. Just to run you guys through it, of NCCP and what role has the Filmmakers Association of Namibia played in its development, who drafted the plan, and which industry stakeholders were consulted during the process. For me, those two basically come down to one question. As you can see there, the NCCP is currently in pre-implementation phase, as Mayor Flo then mentioned. The filmmakers fan was and is instrumental in the formulation and implementation of this national program. Now, the reason why I have to emphasize the national program, because now it's not a fan program anymore. As you guys recall, the original document was already shared on the group more than a year ago, about a year and a half ago. In that particular document, if we go back to it, there is a breakdown of what we suggest, or how we suggest the funding would be applied. Very importantly around that, the funding in the program is pegged at 50 million. What we're getting from government is what? 40% of 30% of that maybe, yeah? So we had to adapt then. So I don't want to preempt the answer that will come a bit later on. But when we did the NCCP, FAN actually, okay, it starts off with an industry position paper, as you all know. Very interesting to know, so that's the first tenure that this current board has had, or a lot of the members within this board had, Esther and then Ina Goro, being part of the original one. And when we looked at our strategic plan, because we were in the process of, or we did a strategic plan, at least for our tenure, at least 3 years ahead. But at that stage, one of the key things that came out, and also based on the position paper, was those three concerns, the main concerns within the industry, which is funding, equipment, and lack of skills development. As part of the industry position paper, FAN then developed 2 programs, which we shared with the members at an SGM. You can go to the link. I do share it here somewhere. There is a link to that particular one. I just want to get it and share it again. Well, okay, if it's not there directly, I'll share it with you guys again. Oh, yeah, there's all the links to all the times that we spoke about this. This first link, FAN Industry Mixer and SGM. Wait. Is it the previous one? The earliest one, yeah? In that one, that's where Panache Taringo then presented the 2 plans as we had them. I remember there was 2 triangles that we put on top of each other. The top triangle was a triple-P model that had to cater for commercially geared type of productions, i.e. your movie must be able to sell. That would have been that model has an operator at the middle, in the middle of it. Orbit is very fully aware of it. So that operator would then, for instance, be a production houses, studios, funders, the guys that provide the facilities, etc. But since they have skin in the game, since they are doing the investment, there is a strong need for them to have a return on investment, so it cannot be a development program. I think that program we pegged at about 100 million per year for the industry. The document is available to the membership. We can reshare it once again if you need to peruse it. We then came up with a second problem because there is this need for skills development within the industry, hence the NCCP, and also, as Flo already mentioned, for inclusivity. That's why there's this 14 regional short films as part of it, because as FAN's stated objective, regionalization and decentralization is one of our key objectives. The film industry can not only be for 20 people in Windhoek and 15 at the coast or in the Eronga region. It needs to be open and accessible for everybody and for everybody to benefit from it. Number one, the government grants that are coming through. Number two, the development that we are envisaging for the industry. So this is how we came to where we are now. So after that point, what happens then is that, remember, if you go check the last link, the special general meeting, we actually did have a vote to endorse, as membership, we did have a vote to endorse the NCCP. The program was shared again, you were asked to read it again and to comment on it. Also, the industry position paper, as you all full well know, was a consultative process. We had workshops, we had a questionnaire, and we had focus groups to which all of the industry, especially our membership, was invited. That process was obviously very difficult to start off with because in the beginning we couldn't get enough responses and feedback. But as you know, the process continued for months just to make sure that we have a quantum of data that would be able to inform the programs that we develop afterwards. And hence, once the position paper was published about a year later, we then actually had something to work with. That's the data and the information that, as the chairperson of the NFC board already mentioned, that's the information we then used to engage with the National Planning Commission for the NDP 6 conversations. And that process also took months. And I do believe the membership would have been aware of it because at different times we needed different information from everybody or from industry stakeholders. I think then once we went through that process, FAN did really, as the Filmmakers Association, we did play a strong role. NFC, obviously, the support there. Okay, just to cut to the chase, or just to be frank about it, as the focal groups there, film was the best represented out of all the arts industries, and there's over 25 of them. Film was not only the best represented, at sometimes and a lot of the times, the only people represented there, the only people that went out and did some sort of homework to come up with a plan. I think ultimately that has led to its successful adoption by government through the NFC. And this is the part that I'm saying now. So after we wrote the plan, came up with the thing, voted on it, we then forwarded that through our commissioners at the NFC, Commissioner James and Chairperson Beekers there. We then forwarded it to the NFC. That thing then got escalated to MICT. I don't know what exactly happened there at the top. And now we've been invited back as the original authors. We've been invited back to be part of the implementation process. But the document that comes back to us has got government's directives, changes, amendments in it as well. So it's not fully our plan as we intended. The most glaring and most obvious aspect of it is the budget. 50 million, 17.5 million. Totally different ballgame. So we didn't even make the choice as to whether features would be in one feature or two features or not. We didn't make that choice. That's how it came back to us. But I think the underlying reasoning for those choices was the job creation numbers. And technically speaking, if we look at it on a practical level, television provides cheaper jobs for more people over a longer period. That's undeniable. And this is, I think, how we got to this particular position. Another thing that I need to add and clarify on top of that, for the general membership and the industry at large, without trying to brag about it, but I think the efforts that we did there culminated in something brilliant for all creatives within the country. Initially, the budget line, that 50 million per year that is now committed for the cultural creative industry, it used to say film. There was a certain amount for NFC that was committed, and then there was this 50 million repeated from 25-26 financial year up to the 30-31 financial year. So it's basically over 5 years the government is willing to invest 50 million into CCI, cultural creative industries, per year. That's a 250 million in total for the industry. If we continue on this trend where we get about, close to about a 40% of that budget, just under the 30-point-something%, the film industry then stands to benefit from close to $100 million investment. Now, I do understand the concerns, ladies and gentlemen, and I do understand that people wanted to be more involved, or not more involved, they wanted to augment or have better control over the process in how it's being implemented. But the reality is, look at the bigger picture, guys. 250, 17.5 million. I understand what we are saying. As we are saying, and Meflo already mentioned that, the original program had features in. We did look at those aspects, and we did want to be as inclusive as possible. But the reality is, and this is the hard reality on a political level, is government is giving us the finger to see what we're going to do with the rest of the arm. The reason being, and this is the first thing that I walked into when NCCP was initially presented. Yeah, remember the Triple P was the overall famous guy. Okay, yeah, we're going to Hollywood, guys. And then we had this development thingy there at the bottom. I don't know, I think because of government's priorities, the development one now took precedence over breaking into the international market. But ultimately, the reality is, guys, the 17.5 isn't the cake. It's a very thin slice of the cake, and it's being used as a test because government has been stating it clearly over and over. This is not the first time that we're trying with the film industry. We've done it before. I think Obed nicely mentioned that. There were at least 4 other occasions where government invested heavily within the industry. And the fact that we could, in 2024, come back and revive a dormant association for the industry that hasn't been working for 6 years. After 20 years of investment, there was, Rock Endemol, there was, where others wavered, there was Karatura. I'm not sure which would, no, this is the 4th one then, the NCCP. The ties that bind. But what government wants to see is you can't come back to us next year or the year after, or when there's a new administration coming in and it's still standing there, where's our money? We need money from government. Please go and build an industry. There wasn't an SME industry in the year at independence. But 10 years later, there's an industry now. Government doesn't have to bail out anybody there in the small and medium enterprises market. So I think this is what we as filmmakers need to take with from this point forward. That this is only the tip of the iceberg. There's a much bigger cake that we need to consider how we will apply ourselves, how we will get into that. But I think what's important now is unity, efficiency, and a lot of transparency. So what Mayor Florence there mentioned is that, and this is part of the rumors that are going around, that apparently Byron and Shuna, them are trying to steal money from government. The reality is that, and I told it, I said this more than a year ago, I said it at the mixer, the closer you are to this program and its implementation, the less likely you are to see a cent from it. Hence, we had to recuse ourselves. Yeah? Two of the board members recused themselves immediately once we made the decision. Once it comes to call-out criteria and those types of things, there's no ways that you are going to be a ref and a player at the same time. Not in this particular case. Why? For the optics. It's very important that our key stakeholder, our main sponsor, have some sort of, or we regenerate some sort of faith and trust in them, that what they are giving to us now is not going to enrich a few select people within the industry, number one. Number two, that it won't be a recurring thing, that you won't constantly come back begging for stuff. This is why the model is set up in such a way that it can make a return on investment. I don't expect it to happen from the get-go, but I think we've got the groundwork to make sure in the long run we can have a self-sustaining program. This NCCP will probably not get more funding once we hit critical mass in terms of what the program needs. The program should sustain itself, so you can then expect that it doesn't get money from government every year, as has been the model thus far. And that's the paradigm that we absolutely have to change, guys. It can't be just for a few. It can't just be for Windhoek people. It can't be a constant, we need money, begging thing from government. It has to be self-sustaining and economically viable. Maybe if Mayor Flo wants to add to that.
All I can say is that their concerns are valid and they need to be addressed and responded to. So I would ask the members that have concerns to put it in writing and send it to us so that we then engage you and come to a place where we understand, each other. And if changes need to be made, where we then address these issues. I think it's important. We can't just dismiss people's concerns. So let us meet and let us see. This is the NCCP. Where do you see your concern coming in so that we, finish that? So I'll give you time up till 15th July to submit, and then we'll have a sit down with the team. Thank you.
I know it's absolutely awesome to have such leadership. If you have the microphone close by, maybe you can ask your question.
Just for clarity, is that contrary to, I like what you said, because that's what we expected. So my question is then, are we, if I'm understanding it correctly, we're saying there's an open door for us to present and possibly there might be some changes. Thank you. That's what we're looking for.
Absolutely appreciate the flexibleness and the transparency of the NFC. So please let those rumors be put to rest. And definitely, that's why we're all sitting here, is because it is a consultative process. Thank you very much. Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, Errol, thanks.
Mine is just tying into the question of timeline. What's the holdup with the MAU, and when do we expect to have that signed? Because the way I see it, it will still come down to us as the industry. Because if the later it gets signed, we will be under pressure because we need to prove ourselves to government, isn't it? So I think that also plays critical to us as the industry. So it will be nice if we have clarity on that as to when we expect MOU to be signed, when we expect at least the rollout of callouts and duration. Because I think right now we are just waiting, but there is no clear indication as to when this will come, so that we can prepare ourselves, you know, to know like, okay, we'll have, like right now we have 6 months to prepare ourselves to finish the NFC call out. So we need at least an idea, are we going to be busy for a year, 2 years, so that we know what we are getting ourselves into. So is there maybe a clarity on that?
I think very, very valid question. Once our principals have signed and the first batch of the funding has hit our account, then we can also inform our principals to say, you only started funding from July or August onwards. We need at least 12 months to execute. So that conversation needs to happen. And once government agrees with us to say yes, we can then extend these timelines. Then we will come back like this in an information sharing session and explain, this is the criteria for this, these are the amounts, these are the timelines, these are the requirements. Because it is needed, you know, and we will have to do it at every interval. Call out, selection, pitching, so that we continuously share information and we're on the same page. And we improve as we go if we pick up challenges. I think that's the only way we can handle this issue. We cannot be told you need to spend it by this time, because otherwise, as you pointed out, we will be put under pressure, we'll come with half-baked content, and that is not what we want. We want enough time to do quality work. Yes, I think government is open to understand that. On this note, me and Herta will leave the room and get back.
Lovely. I dare say I think the hard questions have really been answered there. Just one that was overlooked throughout this, I think the one around the equipment. So if you go back to the plan, you will see that we're looking for some sort of operator within the industry to be empowered to run the equipment, because that is somebody's job, you know, it's the maintenance, the upkeep, and etc. So that'll be an initial investment to whoever is the person that probably succeeds in that open call-out pitch, or what is a request for proposals, etc. When it comes to the equipment part, the idea was to buy a certain amount of equipment through the program to bring the production costs down for the rest of the production, at least for that 3 years that person gets the funding and possibly add some of their own equipment on top of it. You know, at least for that period, you'll have access to affordable equipment that won't kill your budget, as would be in normal circumstances. Commissioner James, would you like to add something? Yeah, no, you do need the microphone so that the online audience can definitely hear you. But definitely, just for the experienced people out there, just think about that model. And I do urge you, we will reshare the NCCP, or the last version that we had. Do know that it was changed a bit, especially the amount of the budget. But look at those aspects. It's not just about producing. It's also about empowering the industry. So if you're into equipment and those types of things, see how you can prepare yourselves to contribute to the growth of the industry in that sense.
I'm just taking a question from the online audience as well. There was a question from Zach. Question about the NCCP. Madam Florence mentioned that there will be a minimum hire requirements and requirements to use Namibian crew. Is there any talk of upholding productions to the rates that will be decided today, and concerns that if we don't uphold industry rates, we will not grow the industry? So that was one of the objectives of today's workshop, was to sort of like already prepare that and get this sort of like over the line, so that by the time that we do release the call-outs, we kind of have like minimum industry rates already set. So I hope that, Zach, that answers your question. That's one of the reasons why really we wanted to do this before the call-outs happen, and before the bids and everything for equipment, all of these things go out. because like you said as well, with the equipment, somebody will be going through almost like a tender process. You apply for that thing. Let's say you already have an equipment company. So you can apply for it, and then there will be agreements as to how this company over time pays for the equipment or acquires the equipment through the NFC, which is being funded. And also, when it comes to the producers that do or that are awarded one of these projects through the NCCP, they also get special rates for these productions. So it won't be your normal rentals or your normal prices that you normally get your equipment for. So that's one of the agreements that we want to reach with the bidder or whoever is awarded the equipment part of the concept. So I just want to ask the room, should we take a 5-minute breather? And then maybe head on to the next part of the segment, or are there any comments before perhaps we close off this point within the agenda? Es ist noch nicht 1 Uhr, Obed. It's not 1 o'clock yet. No, but yeah, like we said, we did prepare some lunch. There are also some muffins that you guys can help yourself to. Errol.
Sorry, my question is just, I see that the NCCP is planning to roll out national SOPI. Is it 4 TV series? And then
I can't hear you, sorry.
Sorry, my voice. Okay. So NCCP is planning to roll out, is it the SOPI, national SOPI? And then it's the 4 TV series.
Mm-hmm.
And then we have regional shorts.
If I may. 40.
Yeah, so my question is, what level are we looking at? Since this is a national project, where are we gauging? Are we looking at experienced, upcoming, intermediate, and how is that going to be distributed across in terms of the industry now? Looking at the national SOPI, requirement-wise, what will you be looking at? The 4 TV series, what are you going to look at in terms of experience level? Yeah.
Just an idea, because obviously those requirements will be part of the call-out, right? Okay. So they'll be stipulated during the time of the call-outs or once the call-outs are released. But do you want to just get an idea?
Yeah. Because the reason why I'm asking this is because in the past we had 3DB, the ties that bind. We don't want to repeat this. Government is giving us money, right? So my fear is we have to be careful in our selection because it will impact the industry. Yeah. So we just need to be clear as to level of experience, the companies and all that, who's going to get involved. I know it's a national, it's about employment, but at the end of the day, it will come back to us as the industry. So we need to know where we incorporate and include everybody else. Yeah.
Okay. I relish that question, guys, because that is the crux of the matter when it comes to NCCP. It is mentorship and skills transfer. You don't have skills transfer without experienced, capable practitioners as part of that process. So yes, there's 2 layers to it. As I'm saying, it's about the skills transfer part of it. So when we're doing these types of things, and I think the budget for instance, the national SOPI, because it's like we're still negotiating the amount of episodes realistically for that. But also, if you look at that budget, it's still a significant portion of the funding that you will, whoever that person or that entity is that get that particular commission. And it's essential then, never mind the series or the 4 series that we are proposing here. It is essential that we produce successful, market viable content, because we need to sell the things beyond this first cycle where we're selling it back to NBC. Remember, NBC is in the same ministry, so we're just washing the money at least one time a year amongst ourselves. And after that, we need to penetrate at least the regional market first, and then possibly, hopefully, the international market. So it needs to be top-notch. It needs to be world-class. And the only people that can do those things are the experienced producers within this room. So we're hoping that one of these producers or one of these companies, or what's it, a partnership between a few of these companies will come up and run something like, for instance, the National Soapy, and definitely do the TV series. So it's important to note that experienced people within the industry are not excluded from this. You are essential to it to transfer skills. That is the only caveat to it, is that skills transfer and having a bunch of trainees on the production, virtually in almost every department, is going to help us do that skills transfer. You're not going to work in a vacuum. You're going to invest in the future on the one end. On the other end as well, it will also help keep production costs slightly lower if a large percentage of your crew, of your employment is for trainees, apprentices, etc. But that puts a challenge, for instance, on the production company to still be able to deliver up to world-class standards. So definitely, that's how we envisage the program, or implementing the implementation of the program. The experienced people, from a gaffer to a producer, to a director, to a makeup artist. We need the experienced people to go in there to train the up-and-coming people, or at least to give them exposure to what the true standard within the industry is. Because unfortunately, a lot of us are learning from YouTube these days, or TikTok, and that's not sufficient.
Okay, Orbit, you good? Orbit is hungry. Okay, so let's take a 5-minute breather, and then we come back, because we want to maximize the time that we have before we have go for lunch. So 5 minutes, and then we come back. Thank you. Or 10, max. Our online audience, please feel free to grab yourself a coffee or a water while we do the same.
Okay. Okay, Master Gondwe, just let us know. Yeah. Okie dokie, guys. Okay, so now I think the meat of the conversation is about to unfold here. We're about to get into that. So I'll just hand over to Commissioner James. He was instrumental in compiling this document. It should be noted that this has been a long, ongoing conversation. Once again, we've tried to get as much consultation and inputs from industry practitioners. But yeah, maybe Commissioner James can elaborate on that. Ronald?
All right, good day, everybody. My name is Ronald James. I am a gaffer in the Namibian film industry. I've been working as a gaffer since 2009. I started in the film industry as a trainee spark in 1997, moved to Namibia, started working as a gaffer. Later on, I started working as a producer, producing local TV commercials and feature films, moving on to becoming a film facilitator. I don't know if you all know what a facilitator is. A facilitator is somebody that does international film productions. So international productions will come to Namibia, and they need to have someone that runs the show for them to ensure that everything is compliant and above board, that you've got all your permits in place, that you don't drive over the little dollar bush in the desert, or you don't go film with a drone in a national park without the right permissions. So it's quite an intricate job. And obviously then in the last few years, I was also appointed via FAN as a commissioner at the Namibian Film Commission. So this document is very close to my heart because all the years we've always been working in Namibia without any rules. You get onto a job, you're working with South African counterparts, you're working with international counterparts, and you find out halfway through the job that they're all working on a 10-hour day. So after 10 hours, they start getting overtime. And then you think to yourself, but that's not fair. We are working on a 12-hour day. So I'm working 2 hours extra in my normal daily rate, and these guys are smiling because they're all earning their overtime. Over and above that, there's also a lot of the time producers make you do things that are a little bit, they stretch the limits. They let you go home at 8 o'clock at night, but they want you back at set at 6 o'clock. Or let's say, you get home at 10 o'clock and you have to be back at 6. So your turnaround, and you still have to drive an hour back to your house or to wherever you live. So, you get to sleep 4 hours. And if you do that over a 6-day period, it starts wearing you down. And your functionality, the safety on set, all those type of things start becoming a role. So it's imperative that we as an industry have a combined set of working rules that we can then all adhere to. And obviously, with that said, as this document also stipulates, it is per job and for the budget. So if the producer comes to you and says, look, I have only got so much money to pay you, then it's up to you to decide that you're going to accept that or not. Furthermore, on top of that, under the labor law of Namibia, the labor law does not specifically speak to the film industry. It does have sub-clauses for the security and hospitality industry, but it doesn't speak to us or speak about us. And in my past experience, when I had grievances with a producer because they didn't pay us our overtime after X amount of hours worked, I went to a lawyer, and the lawyer turned around and simply said to me, Mr. James, you signed the contract. If you want to go to court, the judge will throw this case out because you accepted different rules to what the Labour Act is. So this is the reason why we are trying to get this formalized working conditions going so that we can at least start having the NFC recommend these as working conditions, and hopefully with time we can take it to the Ministry of Labour so that they can include it into the Labour Act so that we will be protected by our own government. So just quickly going through it. So I'm just going to read the first part here for you quickly. These guidelines establish recommended professional standards and working practices for crew members and producers, including facilitators, working within the Namibian film and screen production industry. These guidelines apply to all forms of screen production, including but not limited to. So we have set this document up into a long and a short format so that we try and at least have the different segments of the different types of work we do also included in that. So under a long format, it would obviously mean a feature film, a short film, a documentary, or a television production like a telenovela. So that also then speaks to with this NCCP with creating a national TV series. The short format obviously refers to commercials, streaming content, music videos, corporate productions, and other commercial audio projects. So in short, a short format production is pretty much where you get hired for 1 or 2 days, maybe 5 days. The longest commercial I've ever done in my life was a 30-day commercial, but it was still seen as a short format production. So working conditions, hours, rates, responsibilities, and contractual obligations must be clearly stated and agreed upon in writing before commencement of work. Facilitators, producers, production companies, and crew members may negotiate specific terms based on the requirement, scale, and budget of each production. However, all parties responsible for ensuring that agreed conditions are understood and respected. Okay, so I'm not going to read the whole document today. We all know that in general what a crew means, and we also know what a producer means. And also then the crew engagement in terms of how you are outlining your roles and your responsibilities, your working hours, your overtime, etc. So going through that, the reason of this workshop is to actually just have some input from the industry so that we make sure that we're all happy and agree to these conditions. So call time, everybody knows what a call time means. It means the time that you're on set. And if you're on time, you're late. You should be there a little bit earlier. That's just from my side. So here's the first point. If the location is within 40 kilometers of the production office, and let me just say this quickly, normally that is what the rule is, that they use the production office as a benchmark, because if you live an hour away from where the production office is, and now you're traveling an hour to where the production office is, and then to set another 40 kilometers, you cannot add that time onto your call. So this basically what we're trying to get to is to a point where it says, okay, and that's what I'd like, I'm going to ask you a question. If anyone would like to if you want to just raise your hand, if there's something you want to say, please do. So the basis that we're working on is 40 kilometers from the production office, meaning let's say the production office is in Swakopmund and they want to shoot at Gonikontas. Gonikontas is, I think, the turnoff to Gonikontas is exactly 40 kilometers, which means that that portion that you're driving over and above the 40 kilometers will be added to your day. So if your call time on set is 8 o'clock in the morning, but it takes you an hour and a half to get there because you drove 80 kilometers, then you can start your day early. Your day starts where that 40 kilometer ends. Does everybody understand that? Any questions so far, maybe? Okay. Yes.
I would just like to ask if you could maybe repeat what you said, but I think in much simpler terms. Because, so 40 kilometers from the production office.
Yes.
So then the time is calculated after the 40 kilometers. So let's say 41 kilometers, that's when you start counting the additional hour to be added on the call.
Yeah, I might have put it in a bit of a, I should maybe make it more clearer.
Okay.
The production team on the job will obviously, when we have an agreed amount of kilometers, they will work that into the timing. So they will say to you that, okay, your day starts on set at 8 o'clock, but because of the 80 kilometers, your day actually starts at 7:30. So then that's the time that you can start charging for your day. can't find it. Yes, please. Okay, this does not pertain to drivers. If you are a driver on a film set, your day starts when you put the key in the ignition. It doesn't matter. It starts when you start driving because your job is to drive people. So it also works, it also talks to where you have a travel day, for instance, and we'll get to that point later. Generally speaking, a travel day is regarded as a half day. You cannot charge a full day rate for traveling a half day. But that is if you're sitting in the back of the Quantum, you get picked up at the production office and you're driven to set, or it's driven to wherever you're going. But if you are the person driving the vehicle, then obviously it always, whenever we talk about drivers, they're in a different bracket because their time, and it's purely for safety. Safety and making sure that people get home alive. So drivers need to be paid from the time they start driving until the time that they've dropped the vehicle off. They also have a little bit longer days, but then they aren't allowed to work on set. They sit and they drive. A driver's a driver, and that's all they do. You cannot ask a driver to help me carry some sandbags or whatever. All right, so moving on to wrap. Wrap means the end of a shooting, and here we talk again about the 40 kilometers, is technical wrap or return to base if the location is further than 40 kilometers. Working hours. So this document, like I said in the beginning, has been designed to show a long format and short format. So to make it easier, we've added in highlighted short format producing, and so working hours per standard day, premium day, split day, and night shift shall be 10 hours including meals for short format, and 12 hours for long format. So I don't know if you understand. Normally on a commercial, you work a 10-hour day, and they work a 5-day week. Where on a feature film, you'll work a 12-hour day, but you'll work a 6-day week for that same rate. So we'll talk about the rates later, but once you understand this document, then you'll understand the rates even better in terms of short format and long format, 10-hour day, 12-hour day. So on a long format, okay, this is one point here that still needs to be put in. On a big production, on a feature film, you have a 6-day week, and generally overseas in South Africa, you are allowed to work. You have your 6 days, but they can also, in terms of their turnaround time, they have to give you at least 3 days of a 10-hour turnaround, 2 days of a 12-hour turnaround, 2 days of a 10-hour, and they may give you 1 day of an 8-hour turnaround. But we'll get to that later. The 1.5 times, the calculator. All right, so in the event of the contractor performs the services for more than 12 hours. So in terms of overtime, you'll always get paid your overtime on a short format after 10 hours, on a long format after 12 hours. And your overtime will then obviously also be different. We have to keep in mind that people cannot work. We're not robots, we're not machines. We need to sleep, we need our rest. So if you're going to infringe on my sleeping or my rest time, then I want to at least be remunerated for that. So this is where we're getting to the overtime. So a short format, it follows that your first 4 hours will be a time and a half, and after that will be double time. So to work out your overtime rate, you take your daily rate, let's say of $1,000, you divide it by 10, and then you times it by 1.5, and then you times it by the hours you've worked overtime for the first 4 hours. Yes, sir?
Quick question before we carry on. Is this guideline mapping from like South Africa or overseas, or is it also...
From both. Okay. From both, yes. I mean, obviously we cannot come and make up our own rules that nobody else in the world does, but we do need to have a standardized hours so that we can at least protect ourselves. Like, I don't know if I mentioned it earlier, I've had so many times where I've worked on a set and the South Africans are earning overtime after 10 hours, and I'm working on a commercial for some international brand, but I'm working on a 12-hour day, you know, and then you still work another 4 hours, so you're doing a 18-hour day. No, 16, yes. Anyway, so moving on. So long format, obviously that will be for the first 2 hours. You'll have time and a half thereafter, double time. And then obviously it is calculated in quarterly increments of the hours. So if your day started at 6 in the morning, but you wrap at, let's say, 6:30 in the evening, that means that you've worked half an hour of overtime. So then you would do the calculation, would be the 12, your rate divided by 12 times 1.5 times 0.5. So it's quite difficult to work it out, but once you get it, it's actually quite easy. And then obviously the last day of the shoot if it's after 12 o'clock at night, you cannot be expected to go work on another job the next day. So then there's a penalty of triple time will be submitted. But this is also back to what I said. These things need to be agreed upon in writing before commencement of the production. So a standard day, as I mentioned, also a long format will be 12 consecutive hours. Yes, sorry.
Sorry, Ronald, just before we move on, I have a question for 244. Because of course, like there's a lot of for long format now. For example, you're doing split days, like half day, half night, or something for the last week.
Yes.
So it's not that uncommon that your last day of the production ends after 12, but
Yes.
maybe only starts at 1 in the afternoon or 2 in the afternoon. So I'm not sure this should be, in our case, applicable.
Okay. Remember, this document is still open for scrutiny after this workshop. You are more than welcome to go through the document. If there's something that you find that you don't like or you feel doesn't make sense, you're more than welcome to put it in writing, send it to the fan group or the fan board, and then together with us. Shuna and myself sit on the Industry Development Committee of the NFC. So after this document has been scrutinized by the industry, we will then formalize it and we will then give it to the NFC board for ratification so that we can then move forward. And hopefully in the next year or two, we can get the Ministry of Labour to actually put it part of the Labour Act.
Will you be sending out something like a Google Docs or something again that one can write in or that one can comment on?
Do that, yes.
I think that's
definitely.
because that was also the last time a good idea to also just like make comments and stuff on particular points.
And I think also as we go along, if you can also maybe just note down on your phone or on your notes sort of which points you'd want to contribute to, then it makes it easier when you do send your comments.
Okay, so there's something I missed here. There's also, when I mentioned earlier on about the drivers, that they're in their own category. There are some crew members that don't get overtime. It's just because you are trying to break into the industry. You are a set runner or you're a trainee. You shouldn't be able to get overtime because you're trying to break into the industry. But with that said, your maximum day is 14 hours. And so thereafter, you can then charge overtime, if that makes sense. Sorry guys, if I don't see your hands, just say something and we'll stop. So the standard day for short format was obviously 10 hours, 12 hours for a long format. And then premium day. So this is a contentious subject. I don't know if there are some producers in Namibia that believe that we should not charge premium day. A premium day basically means if you're asked to shoot on a Sunday, or you're asked to shoot on Christmas Day, or Kasinga Day, then technically speaking, that's a public holiday and you should be at home, you shouldn't be working. And so therefore your premium day would mean that your daily rate, your $1,000 per day, now becomes 1.5, so 1,500, which means that when you start going into overtime, then you use that rate to do your calculation for your overtime. So this is a contentious issue. I personally believe that we should have at least the religious holidays as part of the premium day, but for the sake of this document, all public holidays in Namibia have been included. Yes, sir.
It's just from the documentary background, often the documentary subjects actually prefer to be filmed on public holidays.
That's correct.
So
yes.
Just as a thought that maybe once it gets circulated, there is something to that premium days being
I totally understand.
But I see you have a disclaimer in there that says unless otherwise agreed in writing under the 2.6.1.
Yes, exactly. Unless agreed in writing. Yes.
The same, by the way, goes for fiction as well, because like out of experience, we have a lot of cast that does actually have a 9-to-5 jobs, and that actually it's oftentimes much easier to schedule on weekends, because then people are available, have your off days in the middle of the week. So I also feel like, yeah, I think it's a good thing to be able to put this in writing, but just for everyone to remember, because like even if we're doing short films or something, so many of us will be shooting on weekends rather, because people do have 9-to-5s Monday to Friday. So yeah, I think like we are used to working on weekends and shooting on weekends.
That is exactly the sentiment of some of the producers that have an issue with this clause, is the fact that we do not have that much work in the country. So you know, when the work comes, be happy, take it, work on a Sunday, just charge your daily rate and move on with your life. I personally I don't mind. I sometimes work on public holidays, unless the production says, yes, okay, we're going to pay you time and a half. But Angelo, I don't know, when last did you get paid premium rate on a job? International, local? Never. So yes, this is one part of this document that is going to be difficult to implement, but at the least we've got it in there. It's for everybody to look at, review, and then obviously comment on. Public holidays, like I mentioned earlier on, those are all the public holidays, and thanks to AI and Google, we got all of them. All right, a split shift. Split shift is quite a thing. Split shift is the DOP decides, man, I cannot shoot between 10 and 2 in the afternoon. I just cannot. The light is flat. I don't want to shoot. I want to come here at 4 o'clock in the morning. I want to get the first light. And then by 10 o'clock, I don't want to shoot until 2, 3, 4 o'clock in the afternoon. So what they do is they split the day. Let me just get my head around it again. So there must be a 4-hour period, not less than 4 hours, between the wrap of the first part and the start of the second part. But in that day, you end up still getting paid a normal rate. So you'll have 4 hours of rest in between. And obviously there are certain conditions, like if you are far away from your home, from the production office, you're 100 kilometers, you're sitting in the desert, they also need to then give you food. And generally what will happen is you'll see the sparks will run to the lighting truck, they'll pull out a polyboard and sleep. Or you go sit in your car and you rest. So you sit under a tree and you take some time for yourself. Okay, split shift is called, if it's called on a premium day, back to that contentious issue, so we're not going to go on that yet. Call time on a split day may not be later than 8 o'clock or later, and for the first shift, and not later than 4 o'clock in the afternoon. So there's a little bit of a protection for us, so that we don't end up working an 18-hour day with 6 hours in between. Okay, travel day, that is in terms of a short format 10 hours, long format 12 hours, and so it's also that it works out the standard rate occurs per day. So if you're traveling, let's say 12 hours, let's say they ask you to travel from Windhoek to Katima Malulu, right? Technically speaking, safety-wise, that's actually a 2-day travel day, 2 travel days, because you cannot be expected to drive. How many hours is it again, Angelo? Yes, 1,200 kilometers. So, and you shouldn't be driving that long. But if they do require you to drive that long, and you're sitting in the back of the Quantum, then you can at least charge pro rata overtime for the hours over your 12 or 10 hours. And the same with the short format. That's so that, let me just give you the example here. So 10 hours will be pro rata calculated on standard rate. Travel of 12 hours equals a half day. Oh yes, sorry. So you're getting half day rate for your day to travel. But now they travel 7 or 8 or 9 hours. You can then add the extra hours above the 5 hours as a pro rata amount on top of your half day rate. And the same with the 12-hour day. Same 6 hours, anything above 6 hours you can charge. So technically speaking, if you were to drive from Windhoek to Katima in one day, and it takes you 12 hours to get there, and it's a short format, you can charge 5 hours plus another 7 hours overtime. Yes, sir.
Just the full so that's on the standard rate, and then you work it out per hour.
Yeah, like I said, the pro rata rate refers to the same as overtime, is you divide your short format, 10 hour, your rate divided by 10 times the pro rata. That's so you have an hourly rate technically. So if you're $1,000 a day, you technically are earning $100 per hour. Yes. Yes, it's half of your day. That's what I said. So yes, so on a short format, 10 hours, half day rate would be half your rate, so 500 Rand for the day, and then you would then work out your extra pro rata based on the half hour day. Important to remember that. Good point. Thank you. Thank you, Tim.
Everything under the 10 hours, like we're not shooting 10 hours.
Yes. The 2 hour day, it's still a half day. It's still a half a day, yes, exactly. And so that means also, let's just put that also into context. So let's say that they ask you to drive to Chivaronga, you get there, you leave here at 8 o'clock in the morning, you get there by 10:30, and then the director says, because I know some directors in the room like to do that, he's walked away now, I want to go on a recce, I want to quickly go see the location, I want to go do this. Then obviously now you're going on a recce, so that then becomes a full day. You cannot expect me to work, get paid for half day travel and then still have to go and work or do anything. So the minute you are asked to do anything over and above the traveling, it's a full day. Gear check. All right, so in lighting department. All right, so let's make one thing clear. The minute the camera comes out of the box and it rolls, it's a filming day. Then all the other things fall away. Yeah, the minute the camera comes out. But they can come and ask you to, let's say we drive, Angelo and I are driving to the coast, we get there, and they ask me to go on a recce. Angelo will still get his half day, but my day will become a full day. No, okay, so the minute they ask you anything other than travel, it becomes a full day. Yes. Yes, yes. But then it's calculated as a normal day on whichever format you're on. Yeah. So in terms of gear checks, camera, grips, lighting, those type of guys, they need to check the equipment a day before the shoot so that they ensure that everything's working, ensure that everything is there. Not that you get onto set and you left the crank handle for the stand back at the rental house. So you get paid to make sure the equipment is there and it's working. And a gear check day is generally a half day. It works the same as the travel day. If your gear check goes over 5 or 6 hours, then you will obviously then charge pro rata for those extra hours. But it won't be a full day, unless it is a full day. If you start at 8 and you work till 6 in the afternoon or in the evening, then it would be a full day. Pre-light, that also works the same. Pre-light is when they want to light the set the day before. For instance, the AD realizes that they don't have enough time in the morning after call time. You're going to need at least 4 hours to do the lighting on this set. Then what they'll do is they'll bring the lighting team in the day before, and it will work the same as a travel day or a gear check day. It will be charged as a half day. And obviously everything over the half day mark will then be charged as a pro rata. Pre-rig and de-rig, that is the same as a gear check day or a travel day. It's the same. It works as on a half day. And if it exceeds a half day, then it will be added on. Technical recce, don't know if everybody knows what a technical recce is. I have mentioned it before now. Technical recce would be, let's start at the beginning. Your director will do a director scout. He will go look at locations. Sorry, there will be a location scout for locations. Then the director will go look at the locations. And once they're happy and they've locked off the locations and they're ready now, they want to shoot at that location, then they'll have what they call a technical recce. Technical recce will be the DOP, the director, someone from production, and then all the HODs, heads of department from each department, will go along and they'll go have a look at that location. They'll look at the limitations or what is expected from them. The DOP will look at what time the sun sets, and so he'll know exactly what his day is going to entail. He'll speak to his gaffer. He'll explain, the gaffer will give him options as to what they can do. He'll tell the grip that I want a crane hanging over the side of this building. And so in that technical recce, the grip will then say to the AD, I need a few hours for this, so you're going to have to schedule it into your day. So basically the technical recce boils down to one thing, is that they're just planning for the shoot. For every location where they're going to shoot, they're planning what is going to be needed, and in terms of manpower and time. And obviously, the technical recce is the same as travel or gear check, pre or derec. Night shoot. Okay, here's another contentious issue. Night shoot means the call time is after 3 in the afternoon, and you are, right? If a shoot is called between 12 and 3 but continues after 12, it will refer to a night shoot. So a night shoot basically, obviously, I'm sure you all know, is that you shoot at night. You're not shooting during the day. Now, we are animal, we are daylight, I mean, we are day people, humans, so we sleep at night. So for us to now go into a night shoot means that I need to sleep all day tomorrow, which is virtually impossible. So you have to get into that. If you've got a series of night shoots, your first night shoot is the worst. Actually, it's the second or third. But yes, a night shoot is basically shooting and filming at night time. A weather day is something we do not really... Yes, sir. No problem, guys. Ask away, it's important.
I am not sure about how it is in South Africa on long formats, but the first night of the shoot being a premium day is something that is completely new to me.
Yes.
Because usually, of course, you make a provision but you have a certain amount of days that you're going into night shoots, and of course also you have the half-day, half-night shoots. Mm-hmm. And I do understand, and turnaround times, of course, you have to respect, but as far as I know, on long format at least, as long as you're in your working hours and you respect turnaround times, the night shoot is treated as a normal day and should not have a premium
Generally,
day.
they would schedule the shoot in such a way that your night shoot is probably at the last day of the week on a long format.
Yes, no, but I'm talking about now the premium day rates that are recommended on the first night of a night shoot, because that I have not experienced yet.
Yes, I got you. I'm going to mark it. So yes, that is probably something that we should look at in terms of long and short format. But if you're looking at a commercial, you're shooting a 2-day commercial, and your first night is a night shoot, or you're shooting night shoots, 3 nights. Yes, exactly. Yes, but I hear your point, and I think maybe that is a valid point that on a feature film or long format it falls away.
So maybe, yeah, I
Yes,
just had something on that also. Or you can put that same qualifier into this clause that you had earlier on with the premium day.
Unless it's written in writing.
Unless otherwise agreed in writing.
Okay.
Yeah, still that differentiation.
Because I've never heard of a feature film that has a premium day on a night shoot.
Yes. Yes. All right, so weather day is something that we haven't really had in Namibia. I have not experienced ever one single weather day. Back in the days when I worked in Cape Town, that was a common thing. The producer will ensure the shoot, they'll ensure what they call a weather day, meaning that if they are filming, because remember, a TV commercial can easily be 10, 20 million rand a day for them to do that one day. Now God decides, no, it's going to rain, and there you cannot shoot because the script needs sunlight. So they call a weather day. Generally, when they've got in weather day insurance, you have to actually go and get a newspaper, and you have to film the newspaper with the rain so that you can show the insurance company that it actually did rain. And then everybody gets sent home, and you get paid for that day. Plus, you're going to come back another day for your weather day. So in South Africa, for instance, you'll have a scenario where you get booked on a shoot, a 2-day shoot, and they've got a weather day. So your 2-day shoot will be confirmed, but your weather day will be a pencil, and it will fall away as soon as they realize that there's no weather day. Okay, extended day. This is one of those things where we are not machines, we're only human. Yes? We are not human, we are human, we're not machines. I mean, I don't know how many hours a day do you think you can work in a week? Can you work 16-hour days for 5 days in a row? Do you think you'll be able to still be as good as you were the first day? So in terms of an extended day, it's a day where they need to tell you beforehand that we are going to work extra hours. We're definitely we have to get this equipment up the hill, and it's going to take us 3 hours to get it there. And then we still got to shoot for another 3 hours or 10 hours, and then we still need 3 hours to get the equipment down. And so, sorry guys, it's going to be an extended day. So the rules there will be that it's, they have to be informed, but then extended day means on a standard day not more than 14 days and not more than 16 hours, 14 hours and not more than 16 hours on a long format. And these things need to be said beforehand.
Just because I'm an actor, no? How we need to consider maybe having the same document but applying to actors.
Yes.
Can we do that?
Yes.
Yeah, we also have a minimum and maximum rates and.
Technically speaking, this document does not speak towards actors, but I personally believe that because an actor also gets his daily rate on top of his performance, I mean his buyout or his usage rate.
Yes.
So if an actor is working on a film set, let's say, I mean, I just did a stills commercial, and the actors got their daily rate, and then they got their usage fee for their image, for the using of the image. So in my opinion, I think that this would also apply to actors.
Okay, especially traveling and...
traveling and all that, yes,
okay.
Definitely.
Thank you.
Okay, day off, my favorite day.
Sorry, I do have one more.
Yes.
I'm not sure how it is in South Africa, but I know in Europe there's also maximum hours, because now we're talking about long format days that are longer than 16 hours already.
Yes.
There should be a maximum, actually. I'm not sure how it is in SA, what the rules are, because the day can't be going on 18 hours, 19 hours, 20 hours. No, but I'm talking about extended days now and overtime. Because I know, for example, in Germany, there's a maximum hours is 14, and no one is allowed to work over 14 hours. That's a violation of labor law, and if you know your day is going long because you need that equipment, that you have to push up the mountain 3 hours up and 3 hours back down, you will have to hire a second crew to either do the first part or the second part, because no one is allowed to work for 14 hours.
Exactly.
I'm not sure, because especially in commercials, sometimes people do not care about the hours, and it can be normal to have an 18, 19-hour day. I would just throw in the room if it might make sense to have a maximum hour day as well.
That's a very valid point. I did think about that. Yes. Look, if you look at the short format, the extended day is more than 14 hours. So you've now worked 14 hours, you're already getting 4 hours of time and a half. Now you're going into your 15th and 16th hour. So yes, there should be a maximum that you cannot work. Alternatively, it should become a premium day and you may not work the next day. But like you said also, that's a very, very valid point in terms of having a second crew come in. I mean, it's not humanly possible. We are not robots. So there should be a limit to it.
You don't want to have a driver on the road for
19
hours without sleeping?
No, I think I've got it there somewhere that drivers also have a limit that they may not work more than those hours. Yeah. I mean, what will happen if you make a driver drive 18 hours and he has a car accident and you've got 6 people that have now passed in that car accident? Who's to blame? Is it the driver or the producer? It's the producer. But you see, that's where, just back on that point, is that if you're anticipating that something like that's going to happen, then what happens is that the driver comes to set and they sit in their car and they sleep. That's why they may not work on set. They may not physically work. They have to sit and rest when they're not driving. So that way you can kind of push the boundaries, but I mean within reason. Okay, like a day off, 24 hours. It's a minimum that you must have off from your wrap to your call time. What can happen is on a feature film and long format, your 6th day will be a night shoot. And then they'll work you till 4 o'clock or 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock in the morning, and then you have a day off. Then in that instance, they will actually work out that you'll get more than 24 hours because you have to have that minimum of 24 hours. So they will call you back on the next week. They'll call you back in the morning. So you'll find that you'll have that day plus a day, and then you'll go back to work. Maybe we can just also mark that in there, please, because that needs to speak to the night shoot portion. All right, turnaround. Yes, ma'am.
Pertaining to the set hours, right? Is there a cut-off time, like if you have, let's say, like minor actors that are part of the cast?
Say that again?
If you have, like, cast members like actors that are minors, is there a certain cut-off time for set hours? Or do they go the same time as, like, adults?
Which is Obed's point that this document needs to also be changed. That we need to have a document specifically speaking to the actors, because yes, you're right. A child actor that comes onto set, I'm not quite familiar with it. I think Esther will have the hours, but a child actor, for instance, let's say they're under 10 years old. I'm just thumb sucking this now, but they may not be on set longer than 8 hours, and on set meaning, yeah. We're filming in the room there, but they may not be here for more than 8 hours, and in those 8 hours, they may not be on set filming for longer than 30 minutes at a period, and then they have to have a certain time to rest, that type of thing. But I'm not familiar with that, and it's a very good point. We will need to build on this document and also then have a set of rules for actors specifically, especially children.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, and it might be helpful because this keeps coming up. Maybe the actors, the performers can also, maybe we should set something up specifically where we can really deal with those issues, separate from this document. Maybe, Shuna, if you initiate that, like, maybe we need, because we don't have guilds at this time,
no.
We just also need to be proactive as fan members and say, okay, there's no guild or there's no committee for actors. Let me, I'm raising my hand. I want to start a committee for actors so that we can sit together and come up with something. So that's actually what we want to encourage, like within fan, especially that we have little committees, especially specifically speaking to particular interests, because sometimes maybe it's being missed. So I think just in the meantime, because we don't have guilds, maybe committees will be a good start.
Look, actors are considered filmmakers as well. If there are there any actors in the room that purely are actors? Yeah. So if once we have this document ratified by the NFC board and we've pushed it forward, and the minister's also seen it, we'll definitely also then add in one for actors. The crew rates that we're going to speak about also do not include actors. It's purely for crew. Yes, Byron.
I just wanted to say, Commissioner, that on the group, there's quite a few comments around the actors' inclusion in the list, and I think it might be a good idea if we can just get a suggestion of maybe just what should be included to start off with, and maybe just an idea as to rates. Because as I'm saying, some of the most important people in film production are feeling left out in this process. Because I don't think you'll have a film without people. Yeah.
I understand, and I apologize.
Just on that, if I can conclude. So there's a few things. Okay, yes, maybe to have some sort of minimum rate. I understand your concerns about the different age brackets and how do you use it, but I'm pretty sure there should be rules when it comes to crew, camera people, etc. as well. When it comes to age, but there's a few actor-specific concerns, such as, for instance, usage fee, like using the person's image for advertising, marketing, and such things. How does that get included? Is the campaign limited? Can they use this 20, 30 years from now when you, when you have moved on in your life? And whether it's going to be in perpetuity or not. And then, for instance, the burning question from one of our champions in that regard is AI usage. And how do we protect, for instance, people's image rights in that sense? I'm just conveying the message, sir.
Okay, I'm just going to quickly, on terms of the cost rates and usage fees, Namibia, because we're unformalized, the Namibian actors and models have been taken for a ride for many years. You do a casting, you tell the person, okay, I'm going to give you 2,000 Rand to be in this F&B ad. The ad's going to play for a year. And then you see the billboards all over. You see it on social media. It's on NBC. It's on One Africa. Your image is what else? But you only got 2,000 Rand for that year. That's not fair. And slowly but surely, we are starting with at least facilitators. I have now had 2 stills projects in the last 2 years where the first one, they casted for both South Africa and Namibia. So the cast, or the models on that job, they received a fee, a daily fee, and then based on their daily fee, they got a percentage on the one for South Africa. It was, I think, 375% of the daily fee that they got paid as a usage fee for 12 months. And for the Namibian portion, they got a times 60. So they got 3 fees. Their daily rate plus their 2 usage fees for the 2 different countries, because obviously South Africa is much bigger audience, so their rate must be higher. So that is slowly but surely happening. At this point in time, I feel it's up to the producer of the job to ensure that these people are safeguarded and that they get the money that they're meant to get. But unfortunately, we haven't formalized it, and it starts somewhere. And I think that's what we're doing here, is starting with the crew, with crew working conditions and crew rates. The next step will be actors, definitely. I'm not 100% familiar with worldwide usage fees, but they do have to pay you usage fee for every single country that they air their product in. All right. What was the other question? The last one was the AI. We are in the IDC starting to look at an AI policy. This is something that our Honourable Minister Theophilus requested from the NFC, is that we have an AI policy. But at the same time, she said we also need a standardized working conditions and rates. So we're doing it slow, but we're getting there. We are going to work on all of them. And in the IDC, we have formulated already a start of AI policy. It's difficult. It's a lot of work. Just to give you an example, Zimbabwe has got their own AI policy for the film industry and creative sector. It's 74 pages long. And this is about a year ago that it came out. And AI is so fast and it's so moving so fast forward that I personally believe that document is probably already outdated. So we are going to need to look at industry players to come in on board and give their input on this. I know that INA is quite vocal on the use of AI. I personally do not like it, but there's nothing we can do about it. It's here, it's not going to go away. So we do need to have a set of rules so that we can at least know where we're standing. Just to say one thing that will become a requirement with productions, if you're getting NFC funding, that will probably make it in such a way that if you want to have the IP for your script that you wrote, but you wrote it through AI, you will need to prove your prompts. So you will have to show your prompts that you used to create that script in order for you to retain your IP on that script. And the same goes with the production, making a film, whatever. You will need to disclose the fact that AI was used in that production. Like I said earlier on, the holidays, I got that from AI on this document.
Yeah, just as a disclaimer,
As a disclaimer, if you have prompted any large language model to write a script, which it doesn't, but it drafts the script, you cannot own the copyright. And also, we need to be careful to use government funding to enable AI, because most of these large language models are not even local.
Yes.
So money is actually leaving the country. We need to create a policy around human first if we want to develop the local industry and employ locals.
Yes.
So we need to get to a point where we say, okay, it's fine, you can use AI on your own, but if you're using government funding, cut out AI as part of regulations.
Okay. Yeah.
Yes, just to support what Obed was saying, but also add a caveat, like I was in a discussion because Kenya was kind of debating this idea of IP and ownership, and how do we actually determine to what degree, something that you've prompted is actually yours. And so that's where they actually came up with this idea now that in order for you to register it with their BIPA equivalent, you need to prove really without a reasonable doubt that how you've prompted this was that your input, that there was more human input into the prompting. So it is becoming kind of, at least in East Africa, they're accepting it. They're open to the idea that if you've prompted something, it could still belong to you. However, with the caveat of you need to prove, what prompting looked like. So kind of those receipts on how you got to the final outcome.
Yeah, I think going forward, this AI is a whole nother kettle of fish. And we obviously also need to align ourselves as an industry with what government is doing. So it is definitely going to happen after we do the actors' working condition and rates. We do the humans first and then the machine. Okay, so back to our working conditions. Turnaround. Turnaround is the time that you finish wrap and the time that you have to be back at work. You can't send someone home at 10 at night and expect them back at 4 o'clock in the morning. That's like 6 hours turnaround. When are you supposed to sleep? So in terms of turnaround, there should be a minimum hours that you should be able to send, that you're allowed to keep the crew away from work. And so for the ease of life, this one clause we did not put in a short or long format. We just created one standard 10 hours because we're human, we need rest. So it's the premium will be then for anything less than 10 hours turnaround, meaning that from the production office to you get back from set to the production office time that you log off in your timesheets till the time you have to leave the next morning. Let's say it's 8 hours. That means that the first 2 hours of the next day will be at a premium rate. You will be able to charge turnaround time for those first 2 hours. So it's basically they're paying you for lack of sleep. That's basically what turnaround means. And it's calculated as penalty and hourly rate for the first 2 hours, double rate for the next hour, first 2 hours, and triple hourly rate thereafter. So, yes, Ryan.
Sorry, just in terms of just the same as the maximum working hours, now you're talking about triple rate for 4 hours less. Now we're talking about 6 hours between being on set and...
Well, that's, yeah, I was going to... Exactly, yes. Exactly. But here's the thing. What producer is going to make you work a 4-hour turnaround, or give you 4 hours turnaround, when he knows that he's going to be paying you triple for those 6 hours that... Yes. Yes, then they have all the money. Exactly, exactly.
Like just to be on
please mark that one. He's got a very valid point there that we have to have a minimum. So any suggestions? What would you say is the minimum that you're allowed to have turnaround? What is the minimum? 6 hours? 8 hours?
I personally would say 8, but I think 7 might be a compromise where you say like at least 7 hours of rest between the days can be enforced.
Which is non-negotiable.
Non-negotiable.
You have to have a minimum of 7 hours. Because remember, you still have to get from the production office to your house, and it could be an hour away. So then you've got 5 hours left. So when you get home, you're basically getting to bed, dressed, sleep, wake up, go to work. You never shower. I know of some crew members that will actually just stay on set and climb in their car and sleep. Yeah. But yes, you have a valid point. Let's put in there that 7 hours of minimum of 7 hours. But the turnaround will start at 10. So you basically the first 3 hours. That prorated 2 hours double, 2 hours. 2 hours time and a half, 2 hours double, and 3 hours. Triple. That would fall away. That 2.18.2. Yes, we'll lose the triple part.
Question here. Quick question. Yes. So these are the rules you have to enforce.
Well, in my time as a commissioner, I've learned very quickly that government doesn't work like we think. Government works on a different schedule, and they work different. They just have their own way of doing things. So I cannot tell you, yes, this is going to get into the Labour Act at all. I can't tell you, yes, this is going to get into the Labour Act at all. I can't promise you that.
No, of course. My question was more, is this the idea? Like, is this...
We're working towards a point where it's finished. We will not allow that anymore. If they work on a 10-hour day, we work on a 10-hour. If they want us to work on a 12-hour, they work on a 12-hour. That type of thing. So, and obviously also bear in mind that, yes, it's not written in stone. After a year or two, we see that there's a loophole, there's something that's happening that shouldn't be happening. We can always revise this. We can and change it, and then going forward, we'll get to a standard point. But the hope here is to be able to have these rules or these working conditions and working rates published on the NFC website, so that an international producer, when they're looking for a facilitator or they want to come and film here, they can immediately already see, oh, these are the times, so I can already schedule my shoot. These guys are going to only work a 10-hour, 12-hour. Yeah. Okay.
Ronald, just quickly, because we spoke about that earlier as well, I think you mentioned as well, I think just for every crew member, though, it's really important to know that a producer can still come and say, like, oh, but I would like to work 10 consecutive days, and I'm not going to pay overtime, and I don't care about turnarounds. If you agree, if you sign that contract, that doesn't help you. So it's a guideline, it's something for producers that you show them, but you also have to be responsible as a crew member. If a producer says, like, look, I'm not going to do any of that, if you sign that contract, that's on you in the end.
So what I'm hearing is we're not trying to do that Germany 14-hour is legal cutoff. This is a guideline.
This is a guideline. And remember one thing very important in the film industry. If they ask you to climb into the cage where there's a lion to hold a polyboard because they want to get a little bit of light into its eyes, and you do that, it's your fault. You know, I mean, at some point you've got to, we are all adults, we're not children, we've got to also, look after ourselves, and that is the most important thing, is that we keep safety as the priority. Safety, 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 so that we can work another day. So if they ask you to do unrealistic things, like Florian just said, 10 days, no overtime, you're going to get 4 hours turnaround every day, and you take that job, but it's your stupidity, as simple as that. And I mean, going forward, I think once we have this in place, that will stop happening, because they'll realize that they're going to have to pay. Okay.
Question here?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, just last question. Pertaining to these guidelines, are they only based on labor law in its entirety, or have you also considered the guidelines for entertainment law, for like specifically for people that are in entertainment industry? Because like entertainment industry, where you also have entertainment law, they have their own regulations and guidelines. Okay, so do we have something of the similar in Namibia, or are we still talking about trying to implement entertainment law for people in the entertainment industry?
Are you referring to, let's say, building a stage for the next big concert that's coming?
Contracts and rates and all that kind of stuff, yeah.
So They do not fall, technically they don't fall under the film industry. They are in the entertainment industry, and generally they're working for a service provider, and they have a contract with that service provider that they work certain hours. Like, for instance, if you're in an ad agency, working in an ad agency, you get your monthly rate. But they'll give you a Friday off in the afternoon, you'll get to go home. But if they want you to come in over the weekend to do some brainstorming for the next campaign, they'll work the whole weekend through, and no one will bat an eyelid. Everybody will be there, they'll do their job, and there won't be any overtime or anything. This purely speaks to us freelancers that are being hired on a job in an industry that's unformulated, where no one is looking after us. It's up to us to make sure that we have something that protects us. So I cannot really speak to the entertainment industry, but I do know that they have weird and wonderful hours. But that's their industry, and they are full-time employed by those companies. Not always, but generally speaking, I'm going to mention names. DB Audio, for instance, they're in the entertainment industry. They look after their crew. They do not walk over them and treat them like subhumans. Where a producer from America will come here and he won't even look at you. You're just a piece of meat eating lunch, and you're going to work an 18-hour day. He doesn't care, you know. And that's why we are trying to get this going. Does that answer your question?
Yeah.
Great. Okay. Any other questions? We are actually, guys, I would say, look, if you can last another 10 minutes, we're probably done with this. Then we can look at the rates in the afternoon. Okay. So just back to turnaround. Turnaround time only refers to shooting days. It doesn't refer to de-rig and pre-rig and pre-production, that type of stuff. It would have to be passed by the producer first. Okay, so addendum. Yeah, we're actually at the end. Addendum means the working conditions that may be amended by time to time, specified in the Namibian Revenue Agency. I think that is incorrect, moving that away there. NUMRA is not going to, no, 2.19. Don't know why NUMRA got in there. Okay, payment. So generally, yes. No? Why NUMRA? I don't know. I must have been tired when I got to that point. That's why it's also red.
Yeah. I think this refers more to the Ministry of Labor's
yes.
policy. Because NUMRA is important because after this document, you have to create a simulation of what a typical production might look like in terms of costs, breaking down by a crew, and what that means to the revenue service.
Yes.
Yeah.
Which we can then use to push for our incentives. Just quickly back to that, the Labour Act does not, the Labour Act, we do not fall anywhere close to what the Labour Act says. We have way different hours, weird hours. There's no way that we can go under the Labour Act. There's no way. That's why it's imperative that you have a crew memorandum or a crew appointment with the producer so that you have it in writing. And also, please make sure that when they ask you to sign the contract and you mail it back to them, that they mail you one back with the producer's signature on. Because it's very often that they get you to sign the contract, but then they don't sign it, and then you don't have a signed contract. Yeah. So it's a question of that when the producer comes and asks you to sign, then you say, okay, fine, I'll sign, but then you sign too. There are some professional production houses that actually give you the contract already signed by the producer. Then you sign it and you give them a copy back, and then at least you have something in writing. So that at least that if there is any discrepancies or what you call, yeah, you know what I mean. If they don't pay you on time or whatever, then at least you have a contract, and then you can go through a lawyer and take them to court. Okay. Yes.
I'm asking if we cannot push for the document to be made an act of parliament, but for as long as it's a memorandum, any producer can choose to deviate from it and no legal consequences can happen to them.
That's why it's so important that you read your contract that they give you. Most of the facilitators and producers in Namibia will actually give you a contract that is very similar to this. So yes, Act of Parliament. That's down the line. That's basically getting it to the Ministry of Labour. The Minister of Labour would have to then put it forward to Parliament as an act. And to get to that point, it's going to take a while. And we also need a film policy, which we are still working on. But remember, since FAN has, when did we start FAN? When did you guys start FAN again? It was 2024. Since before 2024, FAN was really obsolete. It had fallen away. And what was happening was that there was nothing. Nothing was happening, really, in the industry. And we as technicians would be working, and I got so fed up with this industry in terms of there was no one looking after us. No one took the time to just care for us. So that is why we're doing this. And hopefully going forward, we'll be able to get this to that point. But until then, it's up to you to read the contract. And if you don't like the conditions, don't sign. Don't take the job. Take another job. I've let go of many jobs because I don't want to work on a Sunday. In fact, Tim wanted me to work on a feature film, and I declined the job because at the time, the days off were the days that I was able to see my son. So I said no for the job. I regret it because now my son's left me.
But also, if you know that Georgina has declined a job, Tina can't now go and also accept the job, knowing very well why Georgina declined. Because then there's always the issue that, listen, I said, for me, these rates are not going to work, but the more we become vocal about it, and the more also we say, listen, this fee, maybe it's also a communication thing, right? Maybe as actors, we don't know each other or whatever the case may be, but you need to talk about the rates and that they're offering people and actually have that similar approach and attitude to say that, no, we're not going to accept this. But I know that sometimes we're just trying to put bread on the table, man. I understand. Sometimes we become desperate. That's also the other issue that we have.
Yes, go for it.
Just to piggyback on that, that's why I agree with Commissioner when she suggested that we need guilds, not just only for the actors, but also for the writers and the producers, because that would be an umbrella to protect us all in our respective entities.
Yes. Yeah. Look, at this point in time, FAN is our guild. We are pushing FAN to become, well, FAN is already the recognized film body in Namibia. And if we grow our numbers and we stand together, we will be able to defeat all these type of things. I mean, it's the same as, look, I understand. You get offered a job, they want to pay you 1,000 Rand a day, but your rate is normally 4, and you decline the job. And now I come along and I accept the job because I'm so hungry. I'll take that 1,000. You know, unfortunately, that is life. We are humans, and that does happen. It does happen. So we can't. Yeah. Can't hold someone. We can't be angry with someone because they took the $1,000 offer.
Yeah. Sorry, I just wanted to add on to that. As a filmmaker, I've come across a lot of people telling me that I don't care if you are sick, I don't care if you have to go to the hospital, you just need to show up, right? We need to start using better language to encourage one another, you know? Right now, as I'm in the process of subcontracting my cast and crew, I tell them that I care about you guys. And when we go on holiday, you know, where I don't know where you are, whatever, I'll pray for you guys, you know, because we are so conditioned with this language of we don't care about you. You know what I mean? Even right now as I'm speaking, my heart is beating, literally, you know. And also it comes now to a point where whenever somebody doesn't take a job, or pride and ego. When I was in drama school, one of our instructors, actually 3 of them, told us, they were like, what's the biggest thing, that you will encounter as a filmmaker? We're like, maybe disappointment, no, people not showing up. They're like, no, ego. There's a lot of ego in the film industry, whereas we have a budget, right? And we are working on that budget or with that budget. Then you come across someone who'll be like, no, you must pay me $168,000 because, but you're like, Mara, this is what we have. And then now the ego, the pride, the what, and not looking out for each other comes in the chat. And then you are left with nothing, So let's start utilizing language that actually motivate, inspire, and encourage filmmakers. Because as a young filmmaker, I don't want to be told that I don't care about you. I don't care about how you feel. Like we've mentioned, we are human beings, we are not machines, So let's start, just taking care of each other. And when I was in the writer's room, my showrunner and mentor was like, what is the opposite of love? We're like, hate, what, we're guessing, And he actually, like the way that I was taught in drama school, I was taught about love and caring for each other and telling each other that, what, get home safe, I love you, I'll see you tomorrow on set.
What is the opposite to love? Is it the film industry?
No, yeah, it's okay. Yeah.
Perhaps, just to maybe provide some kind of, not a solution, but a suggestion to your point, maybe to this document, one can attach a set etiquette and ethics, like is it something in that line, set etiquette and ethics. So both for producers and, then I have one for the talents as well, what is required for you when you are on set. Just have an extra addendum to that so that at least we've got some kind of a guideline again. Yeah.
I also just want to say, in terms of what you just said, I agree with you 100%. When I started in the film industry, the males would make inappropriate jokes and everybody would laugh and it was funny. And those days are gone. Those days are gone. We cannot talk to each other with disrespect. But you've got to remember one thing. You cannot control everything. You're going to work with a producer from somewhere, and he doesn't care about you, and he might shout at you and scream at you in front of people and make you feel belittled. What we need to, as Namibian filmmakers, need to learn is to learn to have a skin of an armadillo. We just bounce that off our skin and do not take it personally. Just think to yourself, I'm getting paid. Yes, sir, I'll get you that coffee, that type of thing. Yes, I saw a hand here.
Yes, we spoke about this earlier as well, but is there a way to lobby as fan or as the fan board to create an email address, a phone number at the Film Commission to report violations? Because there is so many instances of people not being paid or not being paid on time, and oftentimes we feel like, but our industry is so small and we don't want to burn bridges and stuff, but there has to be a place where we can anonymously report violations of these or of contracts that have been broken, because there are so many instances where it's about so little money that no one can afford to have a lawyer just because people made you work for 10 consecutive days, and it's just about a few $100s, and the producer will say it's not a big deal,
and then he doesn't
you
pay
won't get and they won't pay you. You don't want to get a lawyer involved because you also maybe can't afford it. So there should be a place where one can anonymously report violations of this.
That is a valid point, and I think it's something we'll take up with the NFC and see if we can get a special page on their website where people can log in. But with that said, guys, if you are a crew member, if you can't afford it, then fine. But if you could, register a company, become registered, become formalized, so that when you get asked for a quote, you can send it from your company, and then you're also seen as more professional. But yeah, that's just quickly with the payment, because I think I'm on my last point here, so if I may, I just want to quickly get through that. On a short format, sorry, was there another hand? No? No, okay. So on a short format, generally speaking, it's 20 days after the submission of an invoice at the end of the job, right? And there's some people in this room that are experiencing what I'm about to say. I've just finished a still shoot for a Namibian brand. It was through a South African company that hired me to facilitate the job. I gave them my invoice, my cost estimate. I gave them invoices. All my documentation clearly states payment after 2 weeks of giving you an invoice. Why? Because I need to pay my crew. Generally speaking, what a producer does is he pays all his suppliers, location fees, all that stuff. It's the crew and the cast that get paid at the end. But therefore, you need to make sure that your client is also paying you. I'm now sitting, as a producer, I'm sitting now, wait, how long? It's a month and a half. My crew are waiting almost a month and a half for their rates, even though I had them sign a contract that says that I would pay them in 2 weeks. And I've had to go on my knees and apologize to the crew, saying, I'm really sorry, but I'm unable to pay you because my client in South Africa hasn't paid me. And I've been chasing up the client, and luckily they have now turned around and said they will pay by the end of the month. So, but just back to this, short format, generally speaking, is 20 days. It's basically 2 weeks, 20 working days. And then on long format, you would start the production, your first 6 weeks you work, 6 days you work. On the end of your first week, you submit an invoice. You will only get paid at the end of the next week, so 12 days into the production. So it's always 1 week in arrears. And then I think we are, oh yes, NAMRA, tax will be deducted. Some production companies do deduct tax. Yes, Tim?
Just on the payment of the long format, just bear in mind that in the long format you also have short films.
Yes.
And so maybe you need to stipulate that within 7 days or something like that.
That would come back to that clause where it's otherwise, unless otherwise stated.
Or do that, yeah. But just what I'm saying, the way it reads currently, it says long. Sounds like long films only.
A short film might be a 3-day or let's say it's a 6-day shoot. Then at the end you're going to get paid a week later. So I'd prefer to work on long format. I'll get paid sooner. But on commercials in South Africa, elsewhere in the world, they'll only pay you over after 2 weeks after the job is finished. Any other questions on that?
No. Okay, so unless if we are still on the, are we still on the payment? Obed?
Yeah, I just want to play devil's advocate, right? So, what's a fireable offense within these regulations?
Fireable offense? Yeah. So on bigger productions that I've worked on, Fallout, I don't know if anyone have seen Fallout, I worked on Fallout. They gave us a 32-page document, which was a harassment, a sexual harassment document that we all had to sign, 32 pages. So that would be one of the first things, would be sexual harassment, using drugs on set, coming to set drunk, illegal activities, that type of stuff. Generally speaking, anything that breaks the law is a fireable thingy, offense. It's not listed in here, but I think that is kind of logic, and it would also be generally in the contract that the crew sign.
I just want to add to what Obed's saying, because I think as the artists, we're saying this is how we want to be treated, right? I think the point is really that we need to be clear about what is expected of us in terms of how we conduct ourselves, again, like Shuna mentioned earlier, set etiquette, in relation to the standards by which we, like how we want to be treated. So, yes. This is how we want to be treated, and these are the expectations from us about how you should be treated. Yes. Also, for example, I've worked on sets, long format like soapy series, where I know I was in kind of a more senior role. If I made a mistake that cost the production time, right? So, for example, as the first AD, maybe I didn't schedule the actor or I didn't inform them that they were supposed to be on set. Now we had to wait extra time for this person to come. Those things were penalties that came out of my salary at the end of the day. So that was kind of some of the working conditions that I've, experienced before, especially when you're working much longer, like soapies or, where you're constantly, working. So we get money deducted from our salaries. So I guess maybe my question is that okay? Is that how, is it allowed? What do we as Namibian industry stand for? Because I also understand as a producer, if someone is really costing me time and money, like if an actor is deciding that they don't come on time, how do I compensate for that? Because now my crew has to work overtime and now I have to pay extra because of one individual. So I'm also trying to think on both sides of the fence.
On the set of Home Alone, I don't know, 55 or whatever it was, they had a scene where there was water gushing down the stairs. It was like 100,000 liters of water. It took hours to set up. And as the director said action, and this water came, the wardrobe girl stood there with a camera. She took a photo. And she got fired. That's so stupid things. So set etiquette is very important. Cell phones on set, please, guys. I mean, really, throw the thing away. Put it off. Put it in your bag. You're being paid top dollar to be here. Put it away. Lunchtime, look at your phone. Put it away. Anyway.
I've just got a quick comment. It's more of a comment, and it's more for myself,
Sure,
and just like a reminder of what we're trying to do here. This is not the contract. This is a guideline to write a contract.
Yes.
So like these sorts of details, a contract can then have other details and other amendments and all sorts of other things. We're just like having the guidelines for, this is the basis you should meet.
Yes.
And then whether or not you can get fined or these things, producers can work those in as long as we're getting respected by these guidelines.
Look, something that's not in here that could also become a thing is, I know in South Africa, for instance, they've got meal penalties. From call time to lunchtime is 6 hours, then you must get lunch. And if the director keeps on shooting and shooting and shooting, and now it's 8 hours since your call time and you haven't had lunch, to stop that from happening, they implemented a system where it's called a meal penalty, and then for every 15 minutes that you don't get lunch, you charge, and it gets added onto your invoice, and they very quickly stop. Yeah. All right, I'm going to quickly finish. Cancellation is, yes. Yeah. Yeah, for yes, meal penalties, definitely. Okay, cancellation is obviously if they're going to cancel you, they've booked you on the shoot. Generally in other countries, they've got crew agents. They're part of a crew agent. Your crew agent does all your bookings for you, and so you get on a pencil one, and then you get confirmed on the job, and you're supposed to be shooting tomorrow, and then they cancel the job. You'll get paid for that day because they confirmed you. And so it's a question of the producer will phone you, and Namibia will phone you and say, are you available on the 25th of July? Yes, I am. Okay, cool. I'm penciling you now for that day. Please keep that day available. Then let's say we get to the 15th of July, and he phones you up and says, listen, dude, I'm sorry, the job's not happening anymore. You can't really expect him to now pay you for the day because it's like 10 days away, But so for the
Sorry to interrupt you. I'm so sorry. I need to go back to 3.4 because I know that in our document there was a conversation around NAMRA and registration, right? Because you do have some filmmakers that argue that to be registered at NAMRA, because such a long period passes by without getting some work, but you still have to do your returns, right? And the penalties and all of these fees. So I don't know, I just wanted to get the opinions from the room. What is your take on that? Because, for example, we're saying that, or Nadia suggested that we add that all crew and cast must be registered at NAMRA. So you get paid through your business as opposed to just your personal.
Quickly speak to that. Sorry, I apologize for jumping that point. It's very important, actually, income tax. So generally speaking, if you're just a taxpayer, then you'll be registered for pay as you earn, PAYE. which means that the producer has the right, because they must be registered as an employer, they have the right, or they are obliged to deduct a certain percentage of your rate off. So you invoice them for 10 days at 1,000 Rand a day, that's 10,000 Rand. They'll deduct, I think it's 25%, I'm not quite sure, because I'm not a normal taxpayer. I am personally registered as a provisional taxpayer, and so I implore you, go to the receiver and register yourselves as a provisional taxpayer, which means that you pay tax twice a year. You tell the receiver, okay, I estimate that I'm going to earn 100,000 Rand in the next 6 months, so I'm going to pay you my income tax based on that prediction that I think. Then the next 6 months, you'll take the last 6 months and you'll make another prediction. And so that way you're paying your tax beforehand, but when you work for a production, you give them an invoice and you show them that you're a provisional taxpayer. They may not deduct your VAT or your income tax off. They have to pay you what's on your invoice. Then the responsibility lies on the crew member to then pay their tax with the receiver. So for me, for instance, with my production company, I have it above the board, I put there, I'm not responsible for your tax. Invoice me, I'll pay your money. It's up to you to pay your tax. And you've signed that, I'm free. I'm not sure if that is legal. I'm not 100% sure. There are some producers, or maybe Obed might be able to help me there. But I would say that as long as you're a provisional taxpayer, then at least you can get your money. And then what you should do then is always put a little bit of money aside when you get paid for your tax. Yes.
Okay, for pay as you earn, you can only deduct a person if you know you are paying that person over 100,000. It was 50,000 before, but it was now raised to 100,000.
Yes,
so if it's under that, you are not allowed.
Yes.
Yes.
That is something that we as the NFC or the IDC are going to try and get right, is to have a meeting with NAMRA to try and get them to make another workshop like this where they can then teach us filmmakers the ins and outs of that and income tax. Because that is imperative that we as freelancers in this industry know our rights in terms of what we are supposed to pay the government. Because at the end of the day, we do need to pay them something. Otherwise, nothing, the roads won't work. And anyway. All right. Any other questions on that? Yes, Fixin.
I think you really should take that up very seriously. No, I was just saying that it should be taken up quite urgent and seriously, especially now that we're looking at all these call-outs and whatever, so that we are not too much in trouble. Yes. One has to be in good standing all the time. We have to go there and, oh, I'm so sorry, I didn't know this and whatever. Okay, excused, but we cannot be kept,
Valid point, and remember that is, I think, one of the criteria for the call-outs is that if you're applying for film NFC funding, is that you need to have a good standing with NAMRA. All right, cancellation. We spoke about that, cancellation. So we're talking within 5 days. So that's broken down 100% for 1 to 2 days, 50% from 3 to 5 days, 25% from 6 to 7 days. So, but that's again also, it's up to, who's going to enforce that? So this is one clause, I'm not quite sure how we would be able to enforce it, but at least it's in the document and at least we all have a standard. So if you know of 5 other crew members that also got cancelled 2 days before the shoot, then you all stand together and you go to the producer and you give your invoices. And then it works the other way around. Guys, it works the other way around. If I confirm you on a job and I want to shoot, I've confirmed you, we're shooting in 2 days' time, and you suddenly come and you say, oh, I'm not available, then is it fair that I ask you to pay me back the money that I would have paid you if I cancelled the job? So that's something that we need to also look at. You are welcome to, remember this document will go onto Word docs. So you're welcome to, as fan members, you'll get a link. You'll be able to go in there and you can put your comments. We're human. I think we need to also remember that. So yes. Yes, I understand what you're saying. Look, if that's the case, generally speaking, producers would not charge you. But at the end of the day, in Namibia, for instance, there are only so many people that do a specific job. So if there's only one production designer in the country, one grip, one gaffer, okay, and you've booked him, and now he says he's not able to do the job, you're basically putting my job into jeopardy. You know, so if you've agreed to, and you see, this is where it also comes down to, if you've signed the contract. So that's why, as a producer, I like to give my crew the contracts before the time, and not at the end of the job.
To that, and this is why it's so important for us to have like a industry profile.
Yes.
Because we are what you consider a gig economy. So what happens is, I hire person X, and then on Tuesday, after 3 weeks of shooting, this person is not available. He's not answering my phone calls. I don't know where they are, because they are working for Ronald now, because Ronald is paying more.
Yes.
Now I'm sitting there with a shoot without a gaffer and without sparks.
And equipment.
Yeah, you know.
Because he's taking his equipment with him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So will that be considered postponement, or?
No, that would be liable for that Ronald needs to pay you.
No, okay.
Yeah, I mean, and obviously you could. I mean, this it's a can of worms. It could come to a point where you now end up in court, and because your production was 100 million, or let's say 10 million rand for the day, and now he's caused you a loss of 10 million rand. You couldn't shoot. Now you have to rehire crew, rehire locations, cast. So yes, it is. It is unfortunately, it would mean that he would have to pay you. But we're a small industry. If we stand together and we look after each other, we'll grow. And the time for South Africans and internationals that come here and look down at us is over. That's not going to happen anymore. We are Namibia. So yes, I think at the end of the day is, and at the top of the document also talks, it's about mutual respect. So if you accept the job, you take the job. All right. Postponement is obviously different to cancellation. Postponement is that suddenly the actor fell off a horse and broke his leg, and now we can't shoot. Or the location's not available anymore, we're going to push the shoot at a few days. So then obviously if you're not available for the new days, then the producer has to, I think, standard cancellation fees will apply, basically. Okay? Standby, if you're asked to be on standby, let me just read this one. Should a crew member be on standby on any given day, half-day rate will become payable to that crew member if she is not released by 10 o'clock on the day. So if I ask you to please be on standby, I might need you as a grip tomorrow morning. I need to then, because I'm putting you on standby, I need to pay you half a day, unless I release you by 10 in the morning. Okay, meals, there we go, there's the meals. Okay, so maximum of 6 hours between meals, call time is 7:30, then lunch would be, what time, guys? Thank you. 6 hours calculated from the completion of the first meal, so every 6 hours you need to be fed. Yes, Errol. Breakfast?
Meals. So I came across something in this call-outs that we did for Mbura, where an AD from experienced AD said there's something called having had. So if you as a producer tell your crew, like, you come to set having had, that means I'm not going to provide breakfast for you, even if the call time is 7:30. Will that apply to us as well?
Yes, so look, realistically speaking, if I ask you to come to set at 5 o'clock in the morning, it's only nice, I mean, it's only fair that you get something to eat. It doesn't necessarily need to be a sit-down breakfast. It can also be called a running breakfast, but there must at least be something for you to eat. You can't expect crew to just come and work from 5 or 4:30 in the morning, and then the next time you feed them, the first time you feed them is only at lunchtime. You know, so there has to be a cutoff, and 7:30 is generally, anything before 7:30 is breakfast should be supplied.
Yeah, because the reason why I'm asking is because sometimes it makes sense because you have a budget and you realize that you're shooting within given hours, let's say 12-hour day. And sometimes if you include breakfast in that, it might cost you in. Yeah. So sometimes is it something we can consider to say within Namibia we can say having head can go for us?
Sorry, say that again?
Would we say we can agree with that term or to apply that to our industry as well?
Yes, we should.
Because of the budget. To say, I'm going to give you a call time of 7:30, but because of the scheduling and time, you come already with your breakfast, I'll only give you lunch.
And we'll give you lunch, but you
Yeah.
bring your own breakfast.
But I'm not going to give you breakfast.
Yes. So on my previous shoot that I just did, that I spoke about early on, the call times, you had a special call time. I would call the crew. I said to the crew, you can come at 7:30. That's the call time. If you want breakfast, be there at 7. I still supplied the breakfast, but call time on set was 7:30. So a lot of the crew would come at 7:30. They would grab a birchin, and then they'd carry on working while they're eating. But there needs to be at least a start of the day where you have to feed your crew. It's only fair. And then obviously every 6 hours. And then we're still going to build in that little meal penalty thing.
So my question is, what are we saying? So if me as a producer, I'm saying to the crew, having head, I'm not going to give you breakfast, will that be okay? As a Namibian crew? Like right now.
Yes, local budget, local, yes, I hear what you're saying. Look, if
so what are we saying?
If you don't have the budget, and,
Yes.
and you want the crew to come to work at 6:30,
Yes.
and you can't feed them because you don't have
Yes.
budget, it boils down to the fact that you need to inform them beforehand and say, listen, I don't have the money, there will be coffee, there will be some rusks, I'm sorry, that's all we've got, but we'll feed you lunch.
Okay, because it turns out it's a norm in SA.
Yes.
They do that in
It's
SA.
a norm in the industry that before a certain time in the morning you need to be fed. And then obviously, I mean, can you imagine you've got 50 crew members and you break for lunch and you've got half an hour or 45 minutes for lunch. Now everybody must go off to their houses to go get lunch at home. You're going to have a situation where crew are not going to come back in time. You know?
No, but what I mean is,
Yes.
I learned that in South Africa, it's a normal thing to tell a crew having had and not give them breakfast and only give them lunch.
Yeah.
Okay.
It depends on the start time.
Okay.
Yes.
So before 7:30.
7:30 is what we're proposing, that anything before 7:30, the producer needs to include some food for the crew.
Okay.
It doesn't have to be a sit-down bacon, eggs and sausages and tomatoes and whatever, and cereals and yogurts and all that stuff. It doesn't have to be there. You can very inexpensively get like these platters, get a platter with half rolls on it. You don't need that much food in the morning. As long as your lunch, remember, a hungry crew is not a happy crew. That's so you'll see how your producer respects you when you sit down for lunch. If it's a streetwise stew, then you know, yo, this guy. Should be provided, yes. Will be provided. Just remember, in 2 months' time, when you're coming to set and it's 7:30, where's the breakfast?
Okay.
No.
Yeah.
So if your call time is before 7:30, we're saying then you should be fed breakfast. Shuna is now saying, could we make that 7 o'clock?
Yeah. Okay.
To start shooting, exactly, yes. So,
it's true.
I tell you what, let's mark it 7 o'clock. People can then put their comments in online.
Sorry,
Yes.
just a comment, not a question. I believe that any time before 10 a.m., crew should be fed, either be it breakfast or tea break or just something, and then lunch. I remember working on a production, like, it was so intensive. 16 hours, I even developed back pains at some point. But we would shoot, like, say, call time would be 12 a.m., right? But then from 10 o'clock, the bus would be picking us up already, So 12 a.m., we are on set already. And then director is doing blocking, all those things, until 12 noon. 12 a.m. call time until 12 o'clock in the afternoon the next day. Ne? So what we'd do is 12 a.m. would have a running breakfast. It's like our days turned into nights and our nights turned into days. Yes. So we'd have breakfast at 12 a.m. and then somewhere there at 5 a.m. but in between there was what do you call this? A craft table. That was the good thing about it. So 12 a.m. would have breakfast, 5 o'clock in the morning would have lunch, and then 12 o'clock afternoon would have our dinner. So honestly, what kept us going was the craft table and the food. The catering lady became our bestie. You know what I mean? So honestly, a hungry crew is not a happy crew at all. So I'm advising that if you can, please provide food for your crew. I rest my case.
I think what we can do is just add there that a standard day, that the crew. Where is this now? There will be a maximum of 6 hours between meals. If the call time on a standard day is before 7 a.m., then breakfast will be provided. Yes.
We all come from different backgrounds. Just coming back to the rates, right? Let's say like the double ganger or the stand-in for your lead actor or actress. Do you pay them full rate as their lead actor, or you pay them half rate?
I'm not quite sure what you mean.
Let's say like you're about to shoot a scene, right? And your lead actor for that scene is not available, okay? But you have like, somebody that can, like a stand-in that can do, the scene for them. Will you pay them the full rate that you've agreed for your lead actor, or will you pay them half rate because they are not your lead actor?
But they're not being seen. You cannot see their face.
No, but I mean, that's what I'm asking. That will you still pay them like full rate or just half rate?
I'm going to give you a quick example. I don't know if that might. It's a really sad story. On Under the Hanging Tree, when David Njavera passed away, we needed to carry on shooting, so we took the sound guy, put him in David's clothing, and then we just always filmed his body, his arms, so that at least the actor was still in the shot. I still paid the sound guy his daily rate for sound guy. You know what I mean? So you can't now pay the stand-in, the actor's rate just because he's standing in. Because then, well, are you gonna CGI the face from the one onto the other? No. So no, you would pay a stand-in for the stand-in rate and an actor for the actor rate. Guys, I think we're almost there. I think it's just insurance and special notes, and then we're done. So I'm going to just quickly finish on this last point. Insurance. Crew are responsible for your own insurance, your own loss of income and loss of work insurance. But on many productions, the producer will take out insurance on the crew. But you won't get that on a low budget. You'll probably only find that on higher end budgets.
We have two
questions. Sure.
Sorry, I will take you back on the meals. Look, I learned a lot during Ombura, right? The reason why I'm talking about having head is like some of us are not just crew. We are also companies that hire crew. And if we have to, that's a very important thing, the having head, because it saved us time and money when we learned about it.
Yes.
So why I'm putting that emphasis on that is, it will be, I would suggest, let's say if call time is 6, right, for example, then we can give you breakfast. But sometimes call time is 7:30, and you just want to go into shooting. So it will be nice as a producer also to know that if a crew member comes 7:30 on set, he comes to work and not meals. You can still provide coffee or whatever just for energy, but 7:30 for breakfast, right, saves you as a producer, and then you have 12-hour working day. Yeah. So it works both ways, right?
It does.
So I would say if call time is 6, we can give you breakfast. but 7:30 or 8 o'clock, you come to set to work. That would be my suggestion.
Okay, noted.
One more, yeah.
I just wanted to ask.
No, it's just for the online people. It's
Okay, so my question is more like you were on set or you're doing a production, but you don't know the budget of the production. And you told, no, the budget is small. Can you just work for maybe 250 per day? And then you say yes to the budget for 250. And then along the line, this budget actually, it's more than that amount that he said. Do you change the rates again, or how do you go about that?
So let me just understand. So they offered you a certain amount, and then you
Yes.
get on the job, and then you realize that they actually got all the money in the world,
Yes.
and they should have actually paid you the rate that you are thingy.
So I already, no, we didn't sign. I just said, I'll do the job and I'm
Yeah.
on set.
Look, that's the whole thing, is we're adults. If you agree to something, if you agree to a rate on a movie, and you find out that the guy next to you, let's say there's 2 sparks or 2 grips, and you've agreed to a certain rate that's much lower, and you get onto set and you find out that the other grip is getting double the amount that you're getting paid, you're going to have to swallow it up and just carry on working. It is...
You agree to the rate. Like, honest, I don't know how many people we had to increase rates for, and this was just because we were just saying we don't want the problems. Imagine when we're shooting Skeleton Coast, we are deep there in Terrace Bay, right? And now the Namibian crew started talking to the South African crew. And now they're like, near Diskak Dimos. So now it's like, guys, we can't compare the two, like, you know what I mean? They came with their rates. And then we also asked people for their quotations. What would you charge for this period, for this shooting period? And on set, like, they literally, like, the one day they didn't work because they were like, no, we want to get paid something more because the South African crew is getting paid this much, so we're not going to work. So it cost us a whole shooting day because these guys were literally, striking on the one day we couldn't shoot. So I think that really, like, guys, when you agree to something contractually, you're not going to meet nice people like maybe Panache and myself who are going to say, okay, let's maybe increase. You're going to lose out on a job, and also then it's going to taint your reputation as a crew or crew member. You're not going to get many more jobs because producers talk to each other because they're going to be like, that one is shaky. Don't hire him. He might just change his ways when he comes to you.
Yes, go for it.
Just a heads up, lunch is ready.
Yep.
So
We've only got special notes and then we're done.
Okay. In terms of what he said, not exactly what he's saying, but then is it possible for us to add a clause that deals with dispute resolution in terms of the agreement itself, for it to be dealt with by either the labor commissioner or for it to be taken to court if the parties do not agree to have mediation by a labor commissioner to take place? Just so that there's someone who's able to, just so that there's a mediator, a third party who's able to stand in and solve any dispute that may arise in terms of the agreement.
So what you're suggesting is that we have just a clause that states that there's any disputes between the producer and the crew member, that they will agree to go through a mediator to resolve the dispute.
A qualified or
so
appointed
the next time
one.
a film producer gives you a crew memo to sign for the job that he wants to hire you on, and you look through it, you can by all means turn around to him and say, I would like this clause in this. Because technically speaking, putting it in here doesn't mean anything, because the producers out there in the world, they're not gonna adhere to that portion. You know what I mean? You can't force them. It's not like a law. These are just recommended. We can put it in there by all means. We can definitely put it in. Let's make a note that for disputes, maybe like another category for disputes, so we can at least have amicable solutions to disputes. But yeah, well done. Thank you. Okay, I'm just going to read the last point. It's the special notes, okay? And this is where we said earlier on that 7 hours will be the minimum. So we're going to change that to 7. 7 hours, no less than 7 hours should ever be given to crew members. No crew shall work without having at least 7 hours rest. Book Bookings with crew will be taken as pencil bookings until confirmed. A confirmation has not been given within 2 weeks, 10 working days of the booking will automatically fall away. No crew. So here you would just phone the producer up and say, hey, dude, what's going on? Are we still doing this? No crew member can be double booked and confirmed on 2 concurrent productions without the written permission given by both producers. In all my years that I've ever done this, I've never been paid twice in one day. I've been paid for weather days, but not twice. Okay, so a crew member's vehicle is hired at the request of the production. The crew member will be paid per kilometer rate negotiated between the producer and the crew member. The rate is exclusive of fuel. But you can also just rent your vehicle on a daily rate. They will still pay the fuel. But you must remember that the insurance, if you are not a company, that's why I said earlier on, register a company. If you are a company and you register your car in your company's name, then your insurance that you have for your car allows you to rent your vehicle out to the production. If you have a personal car that you have and you have personal car insurance, your insurance company will not cover you if they find out you've rented the car out. So you have to go back to your insurance company and get a special insurance clause for you to be able to rent it out. But they don't do it, and it costs money. Okay, it is the responsibility of each crew member to understand and acknowledge the crew working conditions and become familiar with all revisions which may occur. It can be either or. It depends on the thing, but you have some crew members, like an ambulance service, that will send me an ambulance to set, and they'll charge me per kilometer because they don't know how far. But other crew members will charge for a daily rate. I personally prefer the daily rate, and I just give you fuel. And vice versa. I mean, it doesn't really matter, but yes, we can put it in there. It's either or. It's the responsibility of each crew member to read the terms and conditions at the end of every call sheet of each production company. It's important that you read everything in the thing. It's not just, and I mean, in the old days, they gave it out in paper. Nowadays, it's always on a cell phone, and there's a small screen. You can't really see it. I have to first go home and put it on my computer to see it or print it. But it's important that you read it. And then the next point is to be familiar with the crew of code of conduct, and that is the ethics, set ethics. We're going to work on that. That's going to come as an addendum to this. And then crew rate increases will be implemented once a year and will take effect on the 1st of September annually. Don't know if that works for us. That's why it's still in red. Yes, sir.
Can I make a small suggestion that 9.7 and 9.8 go under like responsibilities? Because it feels like there's a slightly different tone there. That's.
Say that again.
That we have like a heading responsibilities.
This is special notes.
Okay.
Responsibilities.
I guess, yeah. It just feels like there's a section that could be responsibilities. It also works here.
I hear what you're saying. We do have another document that we are working on. That's next. That's part of the rates, and it will be in terms of the crew code of conduct. That document will still be formulated, and it will also be added to this.
Okay.
It basically comes down to general set etiquette. Don't speak while the director is talking to the VOP. Don't have your cell phone on loud, or don't have your cell phone on you. You know. Don't walk, when you walk in front of the camera, you say the words crossing. There's a lot of these type of things but those type of things you also quickly learn. On a big international job, when you do something stupid, they'll tell you. Yes, Esther.
And just also, because remember, we're sitting here also as fan, especially if you're a fan member, we really, we should set the standard of how we conduct ourselves on set. So this is also important, especially when it comes to code of conduct, that as fan members, we really agree that this is the code that we want to live by. This is the standard that we've set to work by. So if someone is saying, oh, I'm hiring a fan member because I know that they live up to these specific standards. And I think it will just really raise also our profile as an association.
Yes. Yeah. As a producer, I'm playing with the idea that when I hire a crew, I'm going to pay the fan members the day after the job, and non-fan members wait 2 weeks. That's an incentive to join fan. Anyway, last 2 points is just the time period for junior crew is a maximum of 14 hours. I don't know if that really works, because obviously there's also trainees. They shouldn't be forced to work too many hours. And then the last point, all junior crew not eligible for overtime will complete production time sheets. That must be handed to production. That's purely so that you can keep track of your hours. And as they say, flat, mysterious. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for taking the time and listening. Like we said before, this document will be put on Google Docs. You'll be able to go online. You can then put in your comments. Please don't try and delete stuff or anything. Just put comments. And then we will review this in the next, and unfortunately, we've got about 5 days for that to happen because we're having an IDC meeting on the 30th of this month. And then this will go to the next NFC board meeting, which is happening next month. And so by the end of next month, hopefully this will become a resolution and we can then push it through to the industry. End of July. By end of July, the time period is by end of July. In time for the NCCP, in time for the NFC call-outs, so that going forward, we're all on the same page. So, thank you very much.
All right, so let's break for lunch, and we'll be back at 2:30.